tell somebody that he cares? Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. Should be an exciting time, although things are a bit rushed, but they're not so rushed that I don't have my Sam Pell because it's right here. So that's good. Of course, I've got my Muppet Cup. Have you considered? You should buy one. If you don't have one, you should consider buying one. Quite good. I've got some tea, mostly for my stomach today. It is Table Rock tea. They've got this nice little stomach tea that cures up your stomach. It's not real tea. I know it's Tea-san, technically, but things you learn. And I get Jordan almonds. And I have Jordan almonds because Wednesday was my birthday. So I get all kinds of stuff. I got apple crisp, this greatest invention. I mean, people talk about great inventions of humankind, and they'll throw out stupid things like the computer or electricity or the wheel or some dumb stuff. The greatest invention of mankind is dessert after lunch. Duh. Especially apple crisp after lunch. It's quite good. Of course, then my belly's full, but that's okay. I'll live. That's one of those things that has a cost, which is today's topic, cost. And that's sort of the problem is we don't understand cost at all. We're all Muppets. So we don't get it. So that's what I want to elucidate today. If I can. So we'll see how it goes. My notes are a little bit of a mess. I don't know why. I have plenty of time to do this. It's been a busy week. It's been a very busy week, and that's still recovering from traveling, no doubt. So that's another related problem. There's a cost to traveling, at least for me. There's a cost to birthdays. You keep getting older. Not recommended, by the way. If somebody offers you like a birthday, say no, bro, I'm good. Yeah, this getting older thing is not. It's just not cool. And it's cool in the beginning, and then after a while, it's like, why are we doing this? I don't understand. So yeah, just a little life tip there, in case it's helpful. So I want to talk about why we should care about cost. What the hell is cost? How does it relate to something like value? And the thing is, costs are related to risk. That's what they're related to. A risk is a cost that you have to pay or might have to pay in the future, and costs are often unknown. And the thing is, because that is true, if you put someone in a low risk or low cost environment for them, their anxiety goes down. So if you want to know why people are anxious, that's why. Because they're sensing a high cost or a high risk, right? A high risk is a potential cost, right? They're sensing that, oh, my life is costing me a lot more than it needs to, or that it should, or that I have to track too much, or whatever, right? And that causes anxiety. It's one of the many causes of anxiety, but it's a good one. So if you want to reduce someone's anxiety, give them an easy thing to do. or an easy system to live in, right? An easy way to be, right, in the world. And that will help them. And you can do this for yourself too, right? Like there are ways that you can do that, and we'll get into that. But going to work, doing like a single thing, and coming home, that's good for your anxiety. Yeah, your project may fail because the other idiots on your project are idiots. But your anxiety's low, so maybe that's better. Uh, you might be bored in your job, right? But again, maybe that's better than having to do 62,000 things, right? And for most people, and maybe not for everyone, right? But maybe not for you, right? But almost certainly for you, by the way, almost certainly. Most people can't handle high stress environments. That's why they're high stress environments, right? It's kind of in the term. It's in the phrasing, right? And then everybody wants a trade-off, right? They want, well, you can do this to mitigate your right. Yeah, you're just moving costs around. Costs don't go away. They don't go away, right? You can move them, right? And maybe you can move them in a way that's really good. And sometimes you move them in the future and you don't realize it. And that's really bad. And of course, a lot of people try to avoid cost. And one of the ways that you can avoid costs is by being in competent opposition to people. Do this opponent processing BS because cooperation has a cost. Now, I would argue that the cost of opposition is always higher. Always. And, if you accommodate opposition, it can seem like low cost. And we're in a society right now that's accommodating opposition, right? They're fighting the power, they're sticking it to the man, they're, raging against the machine, right? Uh, but they're doing that at the cost of everybody else in society who isn't doing those things. And some of those people are taking a lottery ticket, like, oh, maybe these people will upset the new world order and utopia will emerge. I mean, that's what they say they're trying to do. Hint, that ain't gonna happen. But yeah. And the thing is, you're paying a cost in wasted energy when you oppose things because you're not building anything, you're just tearing things down. Just tearing things down. Oh, I don't want to cooperate with that person. I don't want to work at that company. I don't want to work for that person. Like, I want to listen to my neighbor drivel on about his problems. Okay, but you're wasting a lot of energy in rebelling and opposing things that are around you anyway, and you're isolating yourself. And we'll get into that. So I want to go through a few costs. And of course, I'm going to start with time, energy, and attention. Those are costs, right? You can spend your time, energy, and attention. When you spend it, it's a cost on things. And that can be very fruitful, or it can be a total waste. Right? This is why you have to pay attention to costs. What is the cost? What are you spending? What are you giving up to get something else? Money. And look, money is usually traded in time, energy, and attention, right? So how do you get money? Well, usually you give somebody your time, energy, and attention, like at work, and they give you a paycheck. It's one way, right? Or you go somewhere and you mow somebody's lawn and they give you some money. Right? It's not the work they're paying for because work is a function of time, energy, and attention. And you can make the argument that if you don't have the right balance of time, energy, and attention in the work, it won't be quality work. So, yeah, I'm going to link my time, energy, and attention straight to quality. I'm going to do that here because I don't need to. But I am going to put the bug in your ear, as it were, or your eye, which will cause you to have to wear a monocle like I do, but also pirates. So, monocles are cool. Other costs, emotion. Emotion, something you pay, and it's something that costs you. Rationality, very costly. I've said this before. People liked it. I'll say it again. We are not rational creatures. We are creatures that are capable of being rational for very short periods of time at a very high cost. Very high. Probably not even worth it for most things. Thought. Thought has a cost. Thought costs you time and energy and attention, right? Like these things have a cost. Right? Physical effort, another cost, right? That's more energy, right? And you can double up on some of these things. And I used to do this all the time, right? I'd double up on physical exertion. And people do this all the time, right? They exercise at their desks while they're, doing their spreadsheet work. You can double up. Sure, sometimes. And sometimes that's okay. And I could never exercise while programming. I'm not that I haven't tried, but like, there's no way. I focus way too much on the thing I'm doing. And the physical effort is huge energy cost, or it can be. And it isn't for everybody, but it really is for me. And not that I haven't been able to do it successfully. It just sort of depends on what kind of coding I'm doing. So that gets into, why do we need rest? To offset costs. At least, certain types of costs like physical exertion. You got to offset that cost somehow. You offset that cost with rest, right? And entertainment offsets costs, right? Your mind is being driven instead of doing the driving. And again, it's time, energy, and attention that you're sort of giving up and being led, right? That's what a good comedy does, or a funny cartoon or something, right? Like there's advantages to that. And you need that, right? But they also provide contrast. And you need contrast to see anything at all, physically, mentally, in every possible way. Contrast, very important. 2 points of contrast, insufficient, by the way. Always 3 points of contrast. Always. So it's important to understand these costs and understand that they are costs and that that's something that you have that you're spending. That's the way to look at it. It's maybe not the only way to look at it, but it's a good way to look at things. Because then you can say, well, what is the cost of paying attention to this versus paying attention to that? Right. And you can see, hopefully, whether you agree with it or not. And a hint, you shouldn't agree with it. But you can see where people get the idea that, well, children cost too much. They cost too much in money. They cost too much in time, energy, attention. They take away from your entertainment, which Mark just said you needed. I mean, this pirate told me so. Fair enough, but also you're an idiot. Yes, there are costs to children, but if you're only counting costs, it's a problem. And we have this weird relationship with cost where we count it where we want to, and we ignore the benefits, right? Like, what does this cost us? Oh, well, it cost me $2, but I laughed for 20 minutes. It's a good deal. Yeah, there's a cost, but who the hell cares? Right. And learning to care about costs and what you're getting for that cost is really important. And that's really what I'm trying to help frame for you in this monologue. Perhaps the largest problem with cost is that when we don't see it physically, personally, ourselves, we either ignore it, pretend like, oh, there was no cost. It's just like thing happened and emergence, like which never happens, by the way. Different subject. We'll go over that someday, maybe. Or we project our idea of what the cost was into a situation, right? But that causes us to tell a fantasy story about how someone got somewhere, or how someone got what they have, or how things came to be in the world, right? And we'll touch more on that later. We'll try to get more into that later. So, what is the cost of your cell phone? It depends what telephone you have. Maybe you should get a light phone. It has a lower cost on all fronts. Attention, interruption. Ooh, that's something like negative attention interruption. Yeah, yeah, or at least disrupted focus. Ooh, I never talk about focus. I know. I will. Money, I don't even want to tell you how much this damn thing I don't regret it. I'm fine with the cost, but also extremely expensive money-wise. Information about you, right? It's tracking you, it sees what you do and reports back, and who knows if they're turning the microphone on and checking out my live stream. I don't know, probably. Um, but you get a lot for this cost, right? Google Maps is awesome, always on internet. It's kind of great, actually. The whole voice activation thingy, or I can say the magic term there, which I won't say because I don't want to have to fiddle with that thing. And then it'll answer your questions or play music or whatever. Like you can do all kinds of cool things, right? Access to music anytime you want, right? Access to your personal information, like I used it earlier today to keep track of a list, right, that I'd written on my computer, right? All of this stuff. And it's important to know what the cost is and what the benefits are. Because you're just looking at cost, the world is a dreary, drab, depressing place, and you probably shouldn't be in it. But also you really should. So don't look at just costs. And you often see the result of a cost, right? But not the cost itself. And so you focus on the result and you ignore the cost. You usually do this with other people. I mean, you also do it with your own things, but you usually do this with other people. So you look at Elon Musk and you go, wow, look at this guy. Like he's got all this money and all these companies. He does all this stuff and he hires all these cool people and everybody wants to work for him and blah, 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 whatever. And the bottom line is he used to sleep under his desk. Are you going to sleep under your desk to get to the top? No, you're not. You're not. You're lazy and you're weak and you're not going to do it. So get over it. Right. Or you've got better things to do, which is fine too. Like if you have better things to do. Like I can't imagine Elon Musk's family life is so great, especially given his relationship disposition. So look, he's paying costs for that. They're pretty high. Um, and a lot of times you'll ignore your own cost, right? But that's usually people call that you being stubborn, right? And sometimes it quote pays off. You've heard that before, right? That refers to the cost, right? And sometimes it doesn't. And often it doesn't matter because if you want something, you'll pay the cost, even when you don't know what it is. And yeah, I mean, that segues in with value. And value isn't a thing in the objective world because there is no objective world that actually doesn't exist. There's the independently validatable or verifiable world, but there's no objective world. Sorry. There's no world of objects because objects can't actually be defined correctly. Sorry. The observer problem is real in physics. And if you figure that out and sort of figure out that the observer problem exists everywhere, you'll figure out real quick what I'm talking about. And maybe you can't, and that's okay. Just take my word for it. I'm a pirate. It's cool. I mean, you're here, so presumably you're getting something out of this. You trust me to some extent. And look, there's always a cost that you must pay to get what you want, or to do nothing, or to waste your time, or to have time, or to have the time you want in the place you want. Now, what you'll notice is what I just outlined is basically a function of sacrifice. Accepting the sacrifice is the most important thing that you can do. Resigning yourself to the sacrifices that you don't understand will help you more than anything else in your whole life. I'm not kidding. Because cost is sacrifice. It's just the secular sort of materialist, goofy way of saying sacrifice without saying sacrifice, because that's a terrible word. We don't want to sacrifice. And I mean, we can look historically at some sacrifice that we think actually happened, and it's pretty bad sacrifice. On the other hand, pretty good upside. I mean, one 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 death and resurrection for salvation. And I don't know, man. Seems like a good deal to me. Um, People always argue about these things, but it seems like an easy equation on my side. But you've already made those sacrifices. You've already paid a cost, and so have others, right? So recognizing that is important and accepting it as a sacrifice. And the reason why accepting sacrifices you do not understand is important is because the understanding of the sacrifice might be impossible because you can't see it fully. But trying to do that might just waste time and energy and attention that you could use to be understanding your own sacrifices better. So it's more like understanding that other people make sacrifices and understanding that they're sacrifices that you don't understand. That's good for you. Trying to understand those sacrifices is not good, right? Because you're pointed in the wrong place. Understanding that other people are making sacrifices for you will hopefully follow from not trying to understand sacrifice, right? Like again, it'll point you up at the fact that there is a sacrifice there, right? And then that is what battles narcissism, depression, and selfish behavior. All things people try to solve with quote empathy, right? And it'll make you kinder to yourself, not just others. Once you stop trying to understand, like, why did I make that sacrifice? Why did I pay that cost? And understand that you have to pay a cost. There has to be a sacrifice. Without trying to understand the specifics of each sacrifice or each detail, or trying to cast your own projection, psychological projection of why somebody did something. Why did they make that? Why did they pay that cost? Why did they buy a Mercedes instead of a Lexus? Which is a very good question. Why anybody buys a Mercedes over a Lexus, I will never understand that because I'm just too materialistic. I'm just too, on the other hand, in my wildest fantasies where I do make $1 billion, I'm like, hey, maybe I would buy a Mercedes just to buy a Mercedes and say I had one. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know. I'm not in that situation. I know I'm too stupid to know what me with $1 billion would actually do. Me now with $1 billion would do a bunch of things, but me with an actual $1 billion, yeah, I don't know, man. I might just buy the damn Mercedes. It's possible. I don't know. They are cool cars. Are they that much better than Lexuses? No, no, definitely not. I mean, not from any materialistic measurable standpoint. I'm kind of a car guy, so I actually do look into these things, or have in the past. Um, on the other hand, my $40,000 Beamer, which was $40,000 new, um, what an unbelievable value that was. That's probably the best thing I've ever purchased ever, 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 including the house. And that car brings me so much joy. It's insane. I actually took it up on my vacation, and fitting 2 weeks of stuff for two people in a tiny convertible. It is a four-seater convertible technically, but only just barely. Is still a feat, and it did make the trip more difficult for sure. On the other hand, it is a much slightly more comfortable car than the larger vehicle. So trade-offs, costs. There's a cost, and also going over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel twice on the way up and on the way back, with the top down on a beautiful day. Yeah, I don't care what that costs. Like I just don't. It's irrelevant. Also is the best trade-off you can make because you miss DC and Baltimore, so no traffic. Beautiful view and no traffic. It's like a total win. Like there's no downside. There really isn't. Plus, on the way back, we had it during sunset, and it's unbelievable. But like, let me be clear, right? Because I think this is important. I just basically said that you not understanding or worrying might be another word to use here about certain sacrifice you need to make will make you more humble. Humility. Yeah. In other words, this obsession with understanding autonomy and individualism, which cannot exist, by the way, is what makes people narcissistic and unable to hear others and destroys their eyes to see, ruins sympathy. I mean, people call it empathy. They're wrong. It's sympathy is what they're describing, right? Having to understand is a burden and a cost we cannot bear alone. No bears were harmed in the making of this monologue. And that's the problem. We've been told we can do these things alone by ourselves, that we absolutely freaking there's no way. There's just no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. And we've been told we can, and that was a lie. And I'm very sorry that the world lied to you, or your parents lied to you, or whatever. But also, they lied to you, right? Not worrying about these things will make you more humble. That will improve your life dramatically. It really will. And it's the obsession with trying to work these things out rationally, like trying to make the world rational from your perspective is a lost cause. It's a total lost cause. Like, just give it up. It's not important. It's just destroying your time, energy, and attention that you could be using to do other better things, right? And maybe those better things are entertainment. I don't know. They could be. So that's what's ruining it for everybody, really, is this lie about what we can and can't do, how autonomous we are. Uh, and yeah, understanding autonomy and individualism are the same thing at some point. Not entirely, I get that, but like at some point, they're all linked. They're all pretty much the same thing. So we be careful with that stuff, right? Be careful with that stuff because the cost of autonomy, the cost of trying to be an individual, which again, you can't even do, the cost of understanding is often connectedness with others. It's often relationship. I mean, it's fantastic that I understand ridiculous amounts of things I understand about computers. Uh, but there's like three people I know that I can talk to about this stuff, like three for real. And like they're wonderful people. And I wouldn't trade them for the world, but also like everybody else's eyes glaze over. There's a cost for that, right? There's certain things I cannot talk about in mixed company because not everybody can keep up. Is that worth it? It's worth thinking about. The other thing worth thinking about is the cost for you is different for the cost for somebody else, even for the same thing. You do the same thing at the same time from the same place. It could be an item, it could be a type of work, it could be uh, the cost of planning, right? Women plan better than men on average for most things. Certain things women plan better than men. Certain things men plan better than women. This happens. Turns out men and women are different. I don't. Maybe you didn't hear, or maybe you heard the contrary. I don't know. Um, but it's good to know, right? It's worth knowing that. And the big news, the real news nobody wants to hear is you're a cost. You, you, you are a cost. There's a cost that the world is bearing for you being here. There's a cost that the people around you are bearing for you that you know nothing about because you can't, because you're trapped in your perspective to some extent and you can't get out of it. There's a bunch of your perspective you can't escape. People are paying a cost for you now. And it could be in tax dollars. Maybe you collect welfare or something. Maybe you have cheap housing. I don't know, right? Or it could be an emotional support, right? I bear the cost of emotional support for a bunch of people, right? It could be in time, energy, and attention, right? Maybe they put up with your stupid ideas because you're funny. There's a lot of people like that in the world. They're very funny, and even though they come up with stupid ideas all the time and try to get you in their wacky business ideas and stuff that'll never work, you listen to them because they're funny, right? Or maybe they have information that you really like, or maybe you can talk about cars or computers or whatever it is together, right? Maybe they put up with your bad jokes because you're smart. I don't know. They're just sort of some things, some reasons why people are paying a cost and why it's worth it to them. And again, it's worth thinking about what am I getting for this cost? So yeah. I mean, you can't always know, and that's the problem. And it's important to note the chaos of life means costs change due to conditions, banal conditions like weather. Right. So one of the costs of felling a tree in my driveway late in the season is that I can't go out and cut it all day. I can cut it until about 11 in the morning, and then it's too hot because I live down south, and that's just the way it is. You got to be in by about 11 a.m. in the summer because otherwise you will burn to death and die because the sun will burn you off the planet. That's what its job is in the summer. You just need to know that. As long as you know that, you work around it. But yeah, you're not doing even light physical labor for very long or in long sort of chains in the summer in the south. And when you cut trees down, it just turns out there's less shade somehow. I don't know. It's going to be a cost. So yeah, I mean, but there's all kinds of conditions that change the cost of things. And so, and it could be a monetary cost, but most often it's not. I mean, there's money's just a proxy for other types of costs at the end of the day, right? So it's good to know that. It's really important to kind of know that. And when we think about costs, it's good to understand that leadership has a cost, right? And that is why people will find all kinds of excuses not to lead things, right? It's because they don't want the cost and they're cowards and little more. They're just cowards, right? I just want, it's FYI, I want you to know that. Oh, I don't want to lead because, Hitler, or I don't want to lead because, uh, I'm afraid of what I might do and how it might go. And it could spin out of control of me. And you're a coward. That's all. It's a coward. Sorry. Sally's right about that. Coward. Just to let you know. I just want you to consider that. They don't want to pay the cost. Yeah, you're a coward. And those costs are high. There's high cost for leadership. And if you suck at being a leader, you shouldn't try, right? Like not everybody can be a leader. Almost nobody can be a leader, actually. Been over that before. And the thing about costs is that entropy is real. However you define entropy, I really don't care. It doesn't matter what your definition is. The implication is that doing nothing has a cost, right? And that's the problem, is that doing nothing also has a cost. Now, that doesn't mean that doing nothing is not the right answer and it's not the right cost to pay. So you should be mindful of that too, right? Sometimes just waiting things out is actually the right thing to do. Grief is one of those situations, right? People are in grief. It's not that you do nothing for them, but also like it just takes time to get through grief. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. It just is. That's okay. That's the cost, right? You talk about stages of grief and blah, whatever. It's cost. And I think the big thing that really everyone's bitching about to some extent is sometimes the person succeeding didn't pay the cost of their success, right? Their family did, or their ancestors. So I mean, you can bitch about, oh, they're a Rockefeller and they inherited, the world's largest fortune, in recent times, we'll say, right? Since Mansur, or whatever his name is. You can whine about that. But I don't know. If you look at the cost Rockefeller paid to get where he got and what he gave to the world, which is quite a bit, by the way, and I might do a video on that someday. I know Sally wants me to do one. I might do one. It's a fascinating story, actually, once you kind of understand it in cost and value context. We're all benefiting from Standard Oil and things like that far more than you can possibly understand. All your cheap gas, like electric lights, all kinds of things. Like you wouldn't believe it. Which is why I need to do a video on it someday. But you didn't see who pays that cost, and you didn't see the value that came out of it. And if you think no cost was paid, you're wrong. Like if something happened in the world, the cost was paid somewhere by someone at some point. And maybe that's a stolen cost for sure. For sure. That could be true. But you better be damn sure that's true before you get all cynical and skeptical about whatever it is you think. Because it's super important. Jacob, this stream is because Sally wants it. Just to let you know. There's a lot of Sally good ideas going on my YouTube channel in general. I want to say a little bit about desire. Because desire is what you can have with no cost, at least in the short term. In other words, the things you desire, or like when you're giving into your passions is another way to say it, right? You are not calculating costs. you probably cannot, right? You're overwhelmed emotionally or by the passions or however you want to frame it, right? Desire has you, whatever, right? And that's what passion is, right? That's what desire is, right? And we need that, right? So there's always going to be a cost for things that you didn't consider in the moment because your passions take you over. That's going to happen to you, right? Uh, in other words, these are stupid mistakes you could have avoided easily, but for the overriding of your rational brain or something. That happens. But that's going to happen. You need to just accept that and not trying to perfect that all the time. Not to say you couldn't do better. You could always do better. You could always adopt some stoicism, right? Some Epicureanism, right? And sort of improve that. That can happen. That can happen very easily. Yep, well known. You can just go on YouTube and look up Stoic practices and things like that. Um, or you can reach out to me. We have a bunch of practices. That's not hard. But also, like, you can only do that so much. Like, passions and desires aren't going away. They're not going to zero. So there are always things that you're going to pay a cost for that you're not going to kind of understand. And that's, again, that's fine. Like, that's going to happen. You should get over that real quick because it's already there. And again, bad news. There's always costs you don't see. Always. There's always costs you can never see. You can never understand. Sometimes you can understand them after. That's not really helpful for decision making. So maybe you shouldn't try to make your decisions that way only. And you should accept a little slop. Well, the cost looks like it's this, but it could be that, could be this, right? And look, the world is vast. It's just a big place. And you can't know all the first order effects, much less the second order effects of your actions. You can't, right? And that's why being positive about things is so freaking important. So important to be positive about things. Right? You don't want to be overly optimistic. Maybe I'll do a stream on that someday, right? And think like, oh, just because they slaughtered babies and ate them alive on TV doesn't mean they're a bad person. Because there's a lot of that going on right now. There's a ton of that going. It's been going on for like 15 years, by the way. And yeah, you don't want that either, right? You don't want that evangelical sort of we'll redeem everybody before we even know what they've done wrong garbage. That's no good. Um, and look, often the cost of your money is time. Or if you want, you can buy time by spending money. Right. And lots of people do that. And that's okay. Right. I mean, you should know that that's what you're doing. Right? Hiring a specialist to hang a door is usually going to be a really good deal for you. Right. And if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. Or if you're bored and you get two friends, that might have happened. Then maybe you hang your own door. Door doesn't work 3 years later. Yeah, that's because you didn't pay the money. Maybe it's a reasonable trade-off. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know. Could be, right? And just to kind of exemplify this cost situation more, like maybe you want to get money to earn money, right? Without having to worry about billing, accounting, sales, production, right? Delivery, all those things. Get a job, right? Because you'll be part of a corporation. You have to make a bunch of trade-offs. Sure, you have to put up with a stupid boss, almost certainly, or maybe you'll have a good boss and all the bosses around him are stupid, and so your day to day is okay, but like your efforts are frustrated. That happens all the time. Um, but you get a paycheck, and you don't have to worry about those other things, right? Maybe it's a weekly or a biweekly or whatever, a monthly paycheck, but it doesn't matter, right? Um, but if you want to quote keep all the money in the transaction, then you have to handle the whole transaction, right? You have to do the sales, the billing, the accounting, the production, delivery, the follow up, the support, everything by yourself, right? And of course, now that 40 hours to do the work is 80 hours cost, right? But you have more money. And look, maybe it's worthwhile, but it better be more than twice as much money, right? And you better be okay with the time you lost that you can't get back. And you can always play the game. And I used to play this game like, oh well, I'm super efficient. Say 40 hours a week is like 4 for me, usually, roughly. I mean, the things people expect you to do in 40 hours in a week is like, I think I could probably conquer France, but whatever. I mean, if that's all you want me to do for the week, I'm fine with that. Um, but like it doesn't scale. And sometimes it does, and those are good deals, but it often doesn't scale. So costs. It's all costs all the way down. And that's the problem. We're not really recognizing that. And again, success has a cost which you often don't see because it's in the past or the work is hidden. And people complain about this all the time because we idealize or we hide the costs. That's what it means to idealize. Idealization most of it is just hiding costs. Yeah, making things look a little bit better than they really are, sure, but also hiding costs. But you want the ideal presented. That's what you want. You want something to aim for, to be inspired by or inspired to, or possibly both, right? You want that. You need that. Society needs that. Yeah, you're not going to build a Gothic church, but like you want to be able to see one. It's kind of the ideal of beauty for many people. I mean, or maybe it's a Renoir painting, or better yet, a Botticelli, because big Botticelli fan. You want that ideal, right? So in a way, you want the truth. You can't handle the truth, right? You don't want the truth. You want the ideal. You want something higher than the truth. You want a beautiful truth. You don't want the truth. And if you can get a good, beautiful truth, that's even better. That's why when people say beauty will save the world, I'm like, no. Or they say truth will save the world, I'm like, no. Right. And that's all a cope. So you don't want to deal with goodness. I get it. I get it. You don't want to deal with goodness. Of course not. That's the hardest thing for people to deal with. Absolutely. It's way easier to make a truth claim or a beauty claim than it is to make a goodness claim. Yep. Yep. But again, the cost is hidden for beautiful things, for ideal things, for true things, for goodness. All that cost is hidden. And hidden cost is not bad. Yeah, you're not going to understand it. That's why I said earlier, don't try to understand costs past a certain point. Don't try to understand what other people paid. Like, who knows? Who knows what suffering they went through or what struggle they endured or how much money they spent? I don't know. I can guess. And sometimes when I do know, I only know the material things that I see. I don't know what they went through inside. I can't know that. Sometimes you can infer that very carefully with a lot of work, but should you? Sometimes you should. Most of the time, you shouldn't. Don't waste your time, energy, and attention. All success has the cost of failure, or it's paid in the past by your parents or your family or your ancestors or whatever. All of it. You start looking in the world seriously and carefully, you'll notice that certain people can get on YouTube and have a successful YouTube channel like that in a year. Mine's not as successful as theirs in a year, and they've got sponsorships and all this other stuff. They also have resources that I don't have, that I didn't start with. Starting points matter a lot. Sometimes you can make up for them with time and endurance and whatever, right? And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, if you notice, right, these people take success from one area and drag it into another, right? Things like that. And then they grow that and then drag it back. And sure. And they have more resources. And I don't know what cost they're paying for that. And maybe they're paying less because they have more resources. I don't know. Maybe they earned those resources. Maybe it took them 10 years. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't have everything stolen from them 3 times in their life like I did. I have no idea. Good for them. Right? But the cost of success is failure over and over again. You fail to hit your goals and you fail to adjust your goals. And that's that shining star Jordan Peterson talks about. That's your goal. Oh, and you failed to hit the goal again. Okay, yeah, but that's a learning opportunity. Okay, now I can adjust where I am based on where I thought I was going, where I ended up. Yep, you can. You can orient yourself in the world. Right. You want success? There's a high cost. It's a high cost of failures, repeated failures. If that's what you want. If that's not what you want, don't worry about it. I'm going to piss off all the crypto bros in the world. You can have your decentralization, right? Or you can have something you trust. You cannot trust decentralization ever because you're trusting a bunch of people you do not know who do not have a connection to you. Period. End of statement. Just the way it is. You can have a better connection with a corrupt structure that can benefit you, maybe at the cost of a bunch of corruption, but it can benefit you and maybe your whole family. That's why corrupt structures survive, by the way, or one of the many reasons. And that's better than getting ripped off by a random stranger. Decentralization, intimacy crisis confirmed. You decentralize, you're less intimate with everybody automatically. All decentralization is a flood, actually a flood, as in Noah, the flood. Yes, there might be a different type of flood of information. Yup, that's the internet, the flood of information. All decentralization is that. There's a cost to this decentralization. It's a very high cost. Not recommended for most things. Has its place. Has its place. You better figure out what it is. Don't just willy-nilly, I'm going to put an altcoin on this. You worried about the robots, the machines ruling your life? I've been rewatching Battlestar Galactica reboot. And the miniseries is just like, oh my goodness. No wonder why I'm like exhausted by this stupid meaning crisis discussion. It's all here and it's all answered here. All of it. Like literally the whole thing. The intimacy crisis, it's all answered right there. It's all right there. I'm not even talking about the series yet, like just the beginning. And that's the problem. Like it's all there. It's in the science fiction. It's been in the science fiction all along. I don't why are we having this discussion? It's a solved problem, but whatever. But I mean, are you worried about the machines like taking over? Like why? Well, I mean, they do your laundry, they do your dishes, some of them do your driving. Right? They're making you money on YouTube, hopefully, right? Your software is doing a bunch of work for you. Like that's why you're worried about the machines because they've already taken over your life. Already happened. It wasn't this thing. I mean, this thing too, but it wasn't. This didn't start here. This isn't the worst of them. You're worried about this taking over your life? I don't know, man. We got washing machines connected to the freaking internet. I can't think of a worse idea. Yeah, I don't think there is a worse idea. I don't think it could ever possibly be a worse idea. What could possibly go wrong? Well, indeed. They're already part of botnets, by the way. Just your refrigerator too. Yeah, that's already happened. Um, cost. There's a cost to having machines do work so that you can be lazy. I don't like laziness, by the way. An interesting way to think about the world is the cost of utopia or perfection or a perfect world is people. That's all. Real easy form. I know it sounds too simple, but actually it works. Right. Now, I'm not saying you can run a world without losing people. I'm not saying that at all. That wouldn't be something within my worldview. But how many and why you lose them matters, right? Like which people you get rid of from the margins matters. Still need the margins. You're not getting rid of the margins, but which people fall out of the margins matters a lot, right? In fact, the why matters the most, obviously, or the telos, if you want to put it that way, which you probably should make final cause great again, right? And that's the proper way to evaluate cost, like based on the why. Why are you doing this? Because maybe any cost is worth it for the why, including your life. And I've had this, these freaking kids. Like, I just had my birthday. You're all kids now. They would insist to me. I'm like, dude, like, have you talked to me for 4 seconds? Like, really? They would insist, like, oh, if somebody held a gun to your head and said, do this, and it was something you didn't want to do, you'd do it. And I'm like, no, I'd let them shoot me. And they would insist that I was lying to them. And I'm like, why do you think I would do that?" Is it because you would die?" And I'm like, "Dude, I got news for you, kid. You're going to die. That's gonna happen." I mean, look, I get it, Mark. You can't prove that. You haven't actually died yet. You have no participatory experience. Granted, and I'm working on it. I'm working on like maybe no death. I don't know. Um, I got plans, but like all the evidence is that everyone dies, and so the fact that you're going to die because somebody's going to shoot you because you don't do what they say doesn't change the death part. But how you live matters. How you live matters. The why matters most. The cost of your life doesn't matter. You're going to pay that cost anyway. Like that cost was built in from the minute you were born. Sorry, too late. Uh, too bad, so sad, whatever. But how many matters. Why matters. Which ones matter. And in some ways, we'll call it the quote culture war, which again is a battle for a culture or not. I know the people on the other side think, no, no, it's my culture. There's 60,000 of those idiots, and they all have different cultures. So that's not going to work out, obviously. They also don't have cultures. They just think they do. They have cults, which is the root word of culture. See Nick's great talk on cults and culture on PVK's channel, or he's talking about it on my channel too. Um, when you understand utopia as people, right, cost of people, you understand perfection costs people. How much perfection? Because you can't have none, right? How much perfection do you need? And what is the cost of that perfection? It's good to know. It's good to know. Or it's good to think about what that means. Right. You can't be all like, well, we're going to solve the homeless problem. Homelessness is not a problem. Homelessness is a symptom of many different problems, some of which may be connected, but most of which actually have no overlap. But you're not going to solve that. Right. I think, I think someone told me in a book, it says the poor will always be with us. Hmm. Sounds pretty smart. Didn't know who wrote it, but whatever. If you are trying to eliminate the poor or lift them up, like you're a bad person. Like you're trying to enact a utopia. You shouldn't be doing that. You're destroying the world. And look, I'm not accusing anybody in particular or anything like that. Like some people are okay and they just live in the world with homeless people or whatever, and that's fine. But there's a lot of people out there trying to raise up people and they're destroying them in the process because that's what happens when you try to put somebody in a place they can't handle. The costs are too high for them to bear because we can all bear different costs. The amount of pain I can actually take is way higher than the average person. It's way off the charts. Way off, except for needles. I can't deal with needles. But the amount of things I can pay attention to at once, far above whatever you guys can do. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Way above. I can actually still, because I did it a few weeks ago, pay attention to 3 conversations at once, participate in 2 at the same time. Oh, almost no one can do that. There's a few people that can. I've met them, but like they're extraordinarily rare individuals, right? Like that's not a cost to me. I mean, there's a cost to it, and it is freaking exhausting. I got to admit, but also I can do it, and some people can't pay that cost. Success is cost, and maybe you can't pay that cost. And if you haven't been set up, if there aren't other people helping you pay that cost, maybe you can't pay that cost, which means maybe you can't be in that position. Maybe that's not your place in the world. And maybe you need a place in the world that you can connect to intimacy, right? Have a quality relationship with, right? To be able to participate in meaning. Maybe. They might resolve the meaning crisis. And what we're stuck in right now is this false story. It's not a narrative, it's a story about individualism. Individualism cannot ever exist. It's a ridiculous frame. You are not an individual. You're born into a creation. It's already here. There's a bunch of people already here when you got here. The way you became a person was they put time, energy, and attention or care. I don't like the word love. It's too ambiguous to John Vervaeke's excellent point. Right? They put care into you to form you for better or for worse, perfectly or imperfectly, probably imperfectly because I think we remember perfection earlier. You don't live in a perfect world. You're not gonna, right? To create you as a person. They didn't create you as an individual. They couldn't. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. It's not going to exist. Trying to be an individual or individualism has a cost. Another reason why people are anxious is because they're told they can be an individual and they're trying to do that. And they realize unconsciously, maybe, but they realize it unconsciously for sure, that means they bear all the costs. No wonder why everybody wants government to come in and save them. They're trying to be individuals and they cannot bear the cost of the world. Like, come on, you can't bear a tiny cost of the world. That's why they want the government to come in. Of course they do. They need that. They can't survive without that. They know it unconsciously. Maybe they don't know it consciously. Maybe they can't acknowledge it rationally or whatever. Yep. And someday I'll do a stream on unconscious. I know I have a video on it somewhere. But I'll do one of these on unconscious if that's what you want. Comment, whatever. Put it in the live stream. But the biggest cost of individualism or attempts at it is intimacy. Period. End of statement. Full stop. The quality relationships that you need to participate with meaning cannot exist in individualism. It cannot exist while you're trying to be an individual. By definition, they can't exist. You've destroyed the possibility of participating in meaning by destroying intimacy, by trying to be alone. And you did that to yourself. I understand people lied to you about that. I am very sorry. And I hate those people. And I would burn them all at the stake if I were in charge, which is why I should never be in charge. But also, like, that happened to you. And you need to kind of figure that out, that you're being lied to about that. And maybe you've helped by lying to yourself about that. Oh, I did this by myself. I read this book by myself. Somebody authored the book. Ooh. Ouch. I understood this book did you? All these people tell me they read frickin' Plato, and I don't know what they read in book 7, but the allegory of the cave is not what they read. That's for sure, because that's not what the text says at all. But it is the opposite of what the text said, which is a really curious way to read a book, to come to the opposite conclusion of what that particular section of the book says. Like, that's fascinating to me. I'm still blown away by it. It's not the only section of Plato. I gotta do a third Plato video on the end of the Republic, because the other two crimes are already bad enough. This is the last crime is just beyond horrific. Ask yourself a question about the cost of trying to be an individual. Can you do that? That's why you need family. It's why you need institutions. It's why you need corporations, a body, to help take costs for you. And all of the costs, right? Certain costs you don't pay. If I work for a corporation, 9 to 5, I don't have to deal with their accounting or their billing unless I'm in that department, right? And if you're in that department, you're paying that cost for all the other workers. Congratulations, you're a hero. Problem solved. You want to be bored in your work? Realize how much it means to somebody else who doesn't have to do that, so they can focus on something that they're better at. You don't need to be Iron Man. You can be Accounting Man. Much better. You need to be Spider-Man. You can be Coding Man. Much better. And look, you won't always be on the perfect right side of that equation. I get that. You won't be in the institution in the perfect right place. The institution won't be perfect for you most of the time. But the variance is greater in a larger body, right? So the larger the corporation, the more variance there is. There's a different set of trade-offs. There's more trade-offs in a large corporation. In a small company, though, you might just be working with somebody you don't get along with, can't get along with because they're a jerk. But the boss isn't going to get rid of them. Might be talking about a friend of mine. Uh, I hate listening to other people's problems sometimes. Okay, only when I'm awake. And sure, you might be the cell in that body that gets wiped out in a layoff or fired because somebody else screwed up, and like all of that happens. You could be the black sheep of the family. Indeed, that happens. Right. But without that, everything is harder, riskier, more uncertain. It makes you anxious and there's less intimacy. Plus, you start to lose the skill of relating and the skill of understanding the quality of relations or the qualities of your relations, or this, in other words, the skills of intimacy. You can lose that over time by trying to be an individual. Hello crisis is confirmed. Sally Joe will be pleased. The dating crisis is explained. Intimacy is the key. And I know now it looks like I'm shilling for the intimacy crisis, which in a way I'm always doing, but whatever. And look, there's a hidden cost. You watch a DIY YouTube video, which I might have done today. This might be completely fantasy. Guy saves money at the cost of his time, right? Also spent time making the video to show you, wow, this is how you DIY this, right? And footage of the work and whatever, right? You could edit these videos, or some people do. I have very little editing on my videos. And I have an editor for that. It doesn't cost me anything. It costs him all his time. Tons of work and effort, and setting up ridiculous schemes to get videos back and forth. But you can conclude, right, at the end of the video, which this guy did, hey, DIY is the answer, right? But actually, he didn't save that much money. And the cost was like 2 weeks to do 10 hours of work. I mean, this is what he said. I'm not making this up, right? Just 2 weeks to do 10 hours of work, and his quality was lower. And he's probably going to make like $1,000 on the video, likely a little bit more because it's a very popular video in this case. So you get the impression that DIY is a good deal for him, right? In fact, but it wouldn't be for you unless you're going to do the same thing and have the same audience, right? And to be fair, I mean, he pointed some of this out in his video. But talk about hidden costs and benefits. Because you can't really talk about costs without benefits. It's hidden benefits, hidden costs. And you're never going to see them. Like, I don't know what he made on that video. I can guess, but I have no idea. He has sponsorship in the video. I don't know what that's worth. Sponsorship vary widely. If you want to sponsor my videos, by the way, I'm totally whatever. Just in case anybody, right? And it's hidden stuff to me. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to know. Right. But the one of the hidden benefits is him learning. Like, because every time you do something, hopefully you learn, right? Which is otherwise all cost. Wait, what did that crazy pirate say? Learning is all cost. Learning is all cost. The benefits are all in the future. It's very risky. I've learned a lot of things that have done me absolutely no freaking good. Man, oh man, my NetWare course, which, did not make any money on my NetWare course. I got a lot out of it. That was the best networking in the world by far. Best network training ever. It's the best network training I've ever seen since, and it's gone, which is just sad. But like, boy, did I never get a contract doing NetWare work ever. I did all my network work before I took my course. Never got another network contract again. No, they kind of blew up at the same time, so fair enough. But That's why I don't do certifications. Refuse. Learning at all costs. And look, you can look at the world as all costs, right? All downside, negative, if you want, right? But there's a cost to doing that too, right? And the cost might be something like depression or anger, resentment, or all of those things, cycling endlessly back and forth throughout your life, or maybe your friend's life, right? And maybe the cost for you learning more is that you cannot teach someone else what you already know because you're too busy learning something new. So they're paying the cost for your learning. Oops. Or you can't provide a comfortable system for people, maybe as a teacher that helps them grow and learn what they need. Oops. Maybe the constant cost or the cost of your constant pursuit of your own knowledge is that everyone else suffers for it. Everyone else is paying that cost. Maybe. And look in history. I mean, that's the model in history for real. Like wealthy folks paying for college for the poor but distracted, weak, and sickly in society, usually a relative, sometimes a friend of the family. That was the norm up until extraordinarily recently. And they're trying to make these people useful in a society at a monetary cost because they had the money to pay, so that they're more useful than they would be like trying to do something that they are not good at. If you're a physically weak, sickly person, and if you start looking at the histories of a lot of these people, great composers, great authors, great painters, great thinkers, right? So-called philosophers, none of whom are great, but whatever. We'll just pretend like some of them have some useful in the history in the world, even though they don't. They're almost always sick. They're almost always the type of people that couldn't do hard labor, make bread or build a house or sail on a ship. But some of them did, and were poor sailors or whatever. But like that's weird. Yeah, but some wealthy family pretty much more or less adopted them, or at least adopted their costs and sent them to school to get some usefulness out of them. That's the real story of history. Is a story of generosity, actually. And sometimes a church would do this, right? Or church groups would do that. And that happens today, right? Church group will get a bunch of money to send somebody to college. That still happens. No one did that for me, by the way, but it's okay. I didn't want to go to college anyway. But I could have used some money. Uh, the alternative, you look at the world as all upside for you, right? Or, you know, you can fail to look at both sides and decide using your free will by making a choice. And like, I'll let that sink in, right? You can look at the world as all upside for you, right? You're going to be a narcissist for sure. Or you can fail to look at both sides and decide using your own free will by making a choice to risk one thing, get something at the cost of another thing. And this is a constant. Always are looking at costs and getting a benefit, right? It's a trade-off. The world is a gigantic trade. It's not a game. That's different. We think the world's a game. The world's not a game. Don't say it's a game. Please don't say it's a game. We have too much gaming. We don't need more. Or video games are bad, but let's turn everything you actually do in the real world into a game. Well, video games are bad. Wouldn't that be bad? I don't know. Spitballing. Hint. It's bad. In case that wasn't clear. And this is a constant in the world, this trade-off. If you don't realize that, the fault is yours. And it is a big fault. This is why you need gratitude to deal with the cost that other people paid. Do you have air conditioning? Do you have heat in your house? Somebody paid a cost to figure that out. In the past, somebody you'll never meet. Probably don't even know who it is and can't. Could be that the history people told you is a lie, because all history is a lie. Big deal. Get over it. It's not important. What's important is that you have a coherent story that can help you. It's not important how accurate and precise it is. And who invented the carburetor? Was it the Germans or who cares? Really, this French guy was the first to flight. No one cares. Kitty Hawk, been there. Sorry, problem solved. Um, you have to pick these things. Have to pick them. You can't spend a lot of time on them because they're bigger than you. A bad history is better than no history. It's all bad history. You'll be okay. Relax. You need gratitude to deal with the cost, to deal with fairness as such. It's not going to work if you don't understand that you're not the only person paying costs. It's not going to work if you just see people's benefits and not their costs. It's not going to work. So, what are the lessons here, dear Muppet? Have you considered? Pay attention to costs, at least the ones you can see. Like, you're not going to see them all. You don't have to. It's fine. Pay attention to them, though. Right? Be aware that they're there. It will help you. Don't obsess on them. Don't obsess on them. You don't understand costs. Reflect on your past decisions and look for costs. Right? That'll help you. That'll help you pay attention to costs going forward. That'll help you a great deal. Realize that everything has a cost, even doing nothing. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Might as well rip off Rush. Sometimes letting things play out longer or entirely is the best trade off you can make because cognitive overload is real. And there are some things that you just don't have the capacity to handle in the moment. And so you're going to have to let them go and be comfortable with the outcome. Sorry. Can't control the world. Too bad, so sad. Get over it. Accept the fact that all things have costs, actions and inactions, right? It will make your life easier. It will prevent anger, resentment, anxiety, and depression. Your inaction has costs. Your actions have costs. Other people, success has costs. There's just costs everywhere. Don't worry about it. Yours aren't necessarily greater or lesser than anyone else's. Not that you can tell for the most part. You might think you can tell that. That's just your arrogance. Don't live like that. It's terrible. What does Peterson say? Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who somebody else is today. Another lesson, we do not live in a perfect world. Even costs aren't perfect or consistent. The world is ever changing. Entropy is real. You are different from other people. Your costs are different from them for the same thing. It's almost like we live in a fallen world. Don't tell Bruce. Don't tell Bruce. He'll be very upset. Very upset. You cannot know all the costs, but you can make the best decision possible with the information at hand. But don't project. The fact that you can make a decision for you does not mean that you can understand a decision somebody else made. There's an asymmetry there. They're not the same thing. Seem like the same thing, right? Because you're just swapping out the object, but actually the perspective, the personal private perspective of the person matters, and you don't have that. You have your personal private perspective and you're trapped there. I'm very sorry that you're trapped there also. Too bad. It's not changing ever. We're born into a world, and sucks to be you, I guess. Get over it. Same for everybody else. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You've been fine this whole time. You'll be fine later. It'll be fine. Pointing has a cost. Just pointing something out, right? Most of the costs of pointing are completely hidden. Not going to get into it, but that's why the divine feminine is hidden. That's why the femininity is hidden. That's why the femininity is in the background on purpose. That's why women point for men. So the men will pay the cost because they're stupid and they won't even look at the cost. They'll just go out and do the thing. Oh, og smash, og build, og. That's it. Right. It gives men a sacrifice to make, which allows them to participate in meaning, even if they die. That is why we have statues erected to dead people. Not so you can follow them. You can't follow a dead person, right? But you can worship their sacrifice. You can do that. Not them. Not, the fact that they were slave owners, right? You can worship their sacrifice. Even if it's sacrifice for a belief that you don't share. It's still a sacrifice. Like sacrifice itself is admirable. If you let it be, or you can be a jerk. Oh, it's up to you. It's your choice. You could tear down those statues, I guess, if you're a jerk. Also, don't be a jerk. Let me go through some comments here. Good to see you, Matthew. Good to see you, Benjamin Franklin. Although only half good to see you. I'm not. Your ideas on capitalism are garbage, dude. I'm not reading your capitalism comment. There's no way. Matthew Parlato wants to know: have you read Gumi Revolt of the Republic? No. Revolt of the Public? No. I don't believe in such things. Don't revolt. Don't do it. It's bad. Ixnon, Protestantism is crypto Christianity, a decentralized flood. Yes, crypto Christianity indeed is a decentralized flood. True. Well stated. Well stated. The problem with utopia is it can only be approached over a sea of blood, and you never get there. Peter Hitchens. Yeah. True. True. Shane, it's good to see you. Mark might die Lefevre. Yeah, well, we all might die. Turns out we're all gonna die, actually. Coincidence, I'm sure. Ship clerk, long ways away. Jacob, I cannot multitask at all. Not any. I'm sorry to hear that. That's okay. Your life is better for it. Trust me. Shane, man's ambition, women's pain tolerance. Mark, unstoppable Lefevre. I wish that were true. Maybe when I was younger, I felt that way. I don't feel that way anymore. Father Eric, I am a rock, was not a guide to action, my people. Yes. Well, indeed. Shane, great work. Thank you, Shane. Staying on the cusp of the cutting edge per usual. I don't know about that. The allegory of the cave. Yeah, see my video, Shane. I got a whole video on the allegory of the cave. I'm still pissed off about that. I'm going to be pissed off about that till I die for sure. Oh, nice. Casino job. Good for you, Shane. Good luck. Good luck. Enjoy your job. Father Eric will do the canon law. Yes, do the canon law, sir. You're excellent at it. So you should do as much of it as you can. Some folks' time is worth more than their money. Yep. Some folks the other way around. That is true, Father Eric. That is very true. That is very true. Yeah, there's some people I'd just give me some money and go away. I don't want to even talk to you. Other people, I'd be like, I don't, no amount of money. I'd rather just talk to you for 20 minutes. That'd be great. Yeah. Matthew is at dinner. Oh, well, enjoy your dinner, Matthew. You're here for the hive mind. Is it the hive mind? Is that what we are now? Have you reduced us to a bunch of bees? I don't know, man. West Coast refugee. Beaker. Beaker, indeed. Beaker is great. Me. Me, 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 me. I shut people up with that all the time. It's fantastic. So funny. The problem with doing that is that it's almost too funny and I keep laughing. But yeah. Um, but it is great. Like you just start going me, 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 me to people. It's like and mocking them as they speak. And oh, it's great fun. Some of them don't like it. Some of them get into it, but some of them are, your enemy for life. I was already their enemy for life. Doesn't matter. Ixnam, the history of the world is people cooperating with each other and God to survive. Well said. That seems true to me. It seems very likely that that is the history of the world. Benjamin Franklin, I'm going to read your horrible take, just as an example of a horrible take. Surviving to do what? Surviving to survive. No, that's not why we do it. Final cause is real. Sorry. And then the conservatives invent more immorality. No, that didn't happen. And become zombies that live forever. What? I don't even know how the hell you got to any of that. That's impressively bizarre. I did see when this came through. Yes, that was money. Thank you, Father Eric. I appreciate that feedback. Actually, it's really important. It's really important to know which one of these I think are going to hit versus which one people go, oh yeah, that definitely hit, because it's like, aha, I know your brain a little bit now. Matthew, but also competing and surviving against uncooperative people can't be too rosy. Well, look, competition is a function of cooperation, and people don't understand that. And I'm fairly sure I have a video that covers that. And maybe it doesn't cover it well, so I'd love to know. But yeah, competition and cooperation are actually the same thing at some level. Like one competition's embedded in cooperation. I mean, Peterson makes this point. He does it a little bit differently. Maybe his way's better. I don't know. But I'd be curious, Matthew, if you watch my video on that, what you come up with. Because, yeah, I'm like, no. People are pretending those things are opposites, and they're definitely not opposites. Now, Father Eric, you know what? I'm fine being me and not being you. Some days, Father Eric, I'm like, man, if only I could be more like Father Eric. If only. West Coast refugee. Is acceptance the key to happiness or breaking free? You can't break free. That's why understanding that there are things you can't break free from, just that will improve your life 1,000,000,000% in 4 seconds. Like once, I'm not saying that understanding is easy to get, but once you get that understanding, because then you can start looking for the things that aren't optional, right? Like to a large extent, from a personal perspective, gravity is not optional. I can get on a plane, yeah, but somebody built that plane, not you. Gravity is not optional. You're not getting around it. Uh, venerate. I didn't think of that word, Father Eric. This is why you need to be on the Discord server more often. It was good to see you earlier, though. That was great. Venerate is important. Yeah, I do try to avoid the Christian-y words too much, but we're just running into walls now. It's like, Muppets, listen up. Get better language. Benjamin Franklin, is there anything wrong with owning slaves? Slavery helped the slaves. Look, there's lots of different types of slavery. I know no one understands this because everyone's retarded about this subject. Chattel slavery is wrong. But yes, when you have anything, including slaves, it's not a one-way relationship where you take everything and they get nothing, because that doesn't exist in the world, because it turns out the world's interconnected. So I've pointed this out before, and I do hate pointing this out, but also you want free lodging, free food, and free healthcare? Yeah, chattel slavery, my friend. That's not a coincidence, by the way. That's actually how socialism works. See my video, The Trick of Socialism. I outline it there. It's a trick. But that's actually true. Like, if you want free food and free healthcare and free lodging, chattel slavery provides all that for you. Also, there are slave owners. So that's actually not what you want. That's the trick of communism or socialism. That's the trick they're playing. That's why they're the same thing. For real, the same thing. The exact no difference. They're just leaving out the slave owner part and giving you the slave benefit part. Also, slavery's everywhere. chattel slavery is historically uncommon, for sure. That's worth noting. Ixnon, what's the cost of getting the Matrix videos with Jesse done? A lot of time, energy, and attention. Jesse's going through some stuff right now, so he's got to get freed up. I also need more energy and time. I've been sick as a dog all week for some reason. Probably because I'm eating too much for my birthday. That's part of it. But I also cut my hand and tried to slice off my thumb, but failed. So yeah, I'm working on it. It's on the list. It's on. I know it's been on the list for a while, but we're still. Father Eric, you don't compete with something you're trying to destroy. That is true. That is true. Trying to compete with something could destroy it, though, because if you don't understand that competition is part of cooperation, you divorce those two things, even though you can't, then destruction happens. Right. This is why opponent processing and rebellion and all that is bad. It's actually why. Matthew, thumbs up to something. I don't know what Matthew. Sorry, I wasn't watching that closely. Jacob, I'm very glad you are. Yeah. It's the most backhanded compliment of all time. I love it. I'm loath to do this. Benjamin Franklin. It's true. Slaves get free housing and free food and free and healthcare. Assume they pay the cost of their labor, even if they don't. But yes. So what? Can't do nothing in the world, dude. Like I mean, they trade their labor. No, they don't necessarily. It's the voluntary nature of the trade that is the difference between chattel slavery and all other slavery. The Uber driver is a slave. Sorry. And they're usually getting a bad deal, by the way. Some of them do quite well, though. Some of them don't care. But they're also same thing, right? It's a trade through money instead of a trade through like force, which is what chattel slavery is, a trade through force, right? It was the Ivory Coast Africans who were getting the Africans from the interior of the country and selling them to other countries. And the white guys get there and say, this is a thing you can do? They're like, oh yeah, these guys are dumb. So they're only good to like work. Literally what happened, by the way, like actually in history, you can read about it if you want to go to original sources, which isn't hard to do, by the way, because it wasn't that long ago and it's not in a foreign language. Hint, right? And then they're like, oh, wow. And of course, the Dutch, because the Dutch are like, let's do that. Right. First slave ship in the United States, New York City, New Amsterdam, Dutch. Sorry. It's sore spot for me for sure. But like also like just stop. Just freaking stop. Oh, you cutting your thumb. Oh, thank you, Jacob. Yes. I did fail to cut my thumb. Thank goodness. Like the number of errors I made to do this is just stunning. Now, on the other hand, I'm actually thrilled. I'm like, I'm going to have a scar. I've tried my whole life to have scars, but I'm just like physically quick. I never cut myself deep enough to have a scar. I've always been like, I need a scar, damn it. Chicks dig scars, you know? I'm not lying, by the way. I'm totally thrilled to have a scar. I'm like, I'm going to have a scar on my hand. Yes. Finally. So it's a rite of passage. You are scarred. You have survived. You are worthy. Sally Joe. Don't worry enough. The time, energy, and attention you can succeed next up. Yeah, it's true. If I put more time, energy, and attention to slicing off my thumb, I'm sure I can get there. Just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. Hurts like hell. Hurt more when I did it. Let me tell you. I was in pain for like a whole day. I was like, we had to go out and actually buy numbing agent, which I normally would never use. I'm like, oh no, we need something to numb this area right now because this is a little too much even for me. Because it was just like I just carved the flesh right out of my freaking hand, and it's just it was not good. Benjamin Franklin. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know. Force is interesting. I don't know that it's interesting. It's kind of banal, dude. When you punish to motivate, no one punishes to motivate. You punish to demotivate. No wonder why you're screwed up. It's force. No, that's not punishment. Is not necessarily force. But if you reward to motivate, But maybe you do that. It's not force. No, because force has nothing to do with either of those things. So sure. If you withhold rewards to motivate, it's not force. Um, yeah, because force doesn't have anything to do with that. So force is more about physical movement. That's how to understand force. All these other things people say are force, like language is violence, right? That's an implication that language is force. Language is not force. Sorry, it's just not. It's not hard. Right? It makes it hard. It's not hard. If you make life easy, life is easy. Honest. True story, bro. Dang, I got a nice car to 7th grade. Did you, Father Eric? Oh, good, good. Scars are, the chicks dig them. So it's a true story. Chicks dig scars. Well, all right. Look, I am going to open up my stream. So, if you would like to join in and talk about this subject or really any other subject, because I'm not that picky on my streams, not promising I'll continue to talk about any other subject, but feel free to hop in and I can hopefully elucidate. Language is force, but very delicate. Language is not force. It's not even remotely force. Force is physical. Hey, there's Jacob. Jacob, it's good to see you, sir. How are you doing? Father Eric, not really going to hurt anybody. Well, if it doesn't hurt anybody, it's probably not force. I don't know, man. Like, where are you getting this from? There he is. Father,
Hello.
good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm here to inflict force upon your eardrums by means of converting electric or waves in the air into an electrical signal to a digital signal, and then the other way around at your end. It is technically force. It's just negligible impact, unless I had an amplifier.
I thought you were over your materialism, and here you are materialisming all over my channel. Like, why are you doing this?
But because it's funny.
That's true. It is funny. Do you want to go through the whole thing? Like, I told you, right? My roommate, who has a PhD from MIT, and who took his biomed. He took the bio at Harvard and the med at Harvard and the technical side at MIT, and got his PhD from MIT. He's an ear specialist. So if you actually want to talk about how the ears work, I actually do know every component.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I was just making a quick joke on my way in.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, the funny things that he's an interesting guy.
On
He
your
wrote
way
the Lemmings hint.
from where?
He co-wrote the Lemmings hint book too for the Lemmings game using my computer. But he was a roommate of mine, so I was in one of his experiments. I'm actually written up in a paper somewhere at MIT. The people you meet online when you're young and foolish. Now I'm old and foolish. It's much better. Wait.
Is
maybe
it?
not.
I was going to ask you about your shirt, and now I have to go change mine because I spilled something.
Uh-oh.
How come you're not wearing your collar?
Oh, I suppose I'm not. Because I'm in Washington, D.C., and it's 90 freaking degrees outside, and I want to wear shorts. And I didn't actually think about what I was wearing when I logged on. So,
I forgive you, Father.
okay.
Super important.
I just wanted to say I forgive you, Father, because
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I
I
accept
like
it. I receive it. I receive the forgiveness from Jacob, who has no authority whatsoever to give it. But that's fine.
That's good. I like it. No authority whatsoever to give it. I love it. It's still a gift. So, well accepted. Yes, Jacob, that is why you do not have a girlfriend. You don't have enough good scars. You need a scar on your head. Like, if you had a scar on your head, look at Harry Potter. He had a scar on his head. Super popular.
See, I was at a Boy Scout camp out, and I was sawing a piece of wood, and the saw slipped and got me right there, 4 stitches.
Ooh. That's actually pretty much how I cut my. Except it was a chainsaw.
Oh boy, yeah,
And
you're lucky.
and meets chainsaw blade. So it turns out chainsaw blades take large chunks of whatever they hit, of whatever they hit. That's what they're designed to do. And if
Yeah.
what they hit is your hand, they will do that to your hand.
Yeah,
Saying.
yeah. There's a reason they didn't give us seventh graders chainsaws. And that's because we could do enough damage with handsaws. Easily.
Yeah.
Easily do enough damage with handsaws. So
I got all the parts for the gas chainsaw the other day. And I was out there this morning and I made some carburetor adjustments and I was all excited. And then I was like, oh, the chain's loose. The chain tightening system on the saw is completely broken now. And I'm like, what is going on with this saw? Like, this is insane. So pissed. So now both my chainsaws are broken. And I have a tree in my driveway that I want to get rid of. I need a chainsaw.
And that's why you're thinking about all this do-it-yourself trade-off cost business.
No. Nope. Last minute post on the Discord server. That's the only reason. Literally. Like, Michelle posted a video and I watched the video and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Oh, wait, that goes right in. And I, like, last minute, Elizabeth, you're back.
I missed you, Mark. And
Well,
the
we missed you
guys.
too. Father Eric posted an article with this crazy alleged, what was he, a theologian or whatever?
He was
in
a
Italy.
theologian at San Anselmo in Rome.
Right.
Which is the Benedictine college, and it's where you go for liturgy. And he was wrong about everything he said about liturgy. He had crazy communist highs and communist haircut. So
yes, and he was a progressive, and I have some friends who literally returned from Italy yesterday, like they landed yesterday, and I was like, I know people in Italy, we can get this guy whacked because we need to, and
Your Honor, I had no idea he would actually do it.
and then I think it was Sally was saying, well, yeah, but Elizabeth, you know, she wouldn't even, and I'm like, I wouldn't even think of Elizabeth. She might be in Italy too. We've got two assassins. It's great.
Oh, I get to be an assassin?
You could be. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Now, the real problem is that, where's Sally Joe?
She's around. I think she's busy. She does this thing called taking care of a 5-year-old. I don't know why, but
so anyway, I want to talk about the spiral. Is anybody in on this?
What spiral? Which one?
Any old spiral.
Any spiral.
No,
Okay.
because why does no, I'm really interested. Maybe Father Eric knows. Why does Dr. McGilchrist see reality as being spiral-like? I just don't get it. I'm trying to understand why some people like this idea. To me, it's
because they don't understand fractal math,
right,
and practicality.
They don't understand practicality.
Yeah, if you map a fractal and you smooth it, it's a spiral. If you take a self-similar fractal, and the key to fractal math is actually fractions. Like, that's what it means. So it turns out. Right, so the way to map a coastline is, instead of saying the coastline of 1, you say it's 1.3, 5, 6, 7, you know, whatever. You add a bunch of numbers. It's the stuff after the period, right? The fractional portion that makes the coastline map. And so, if you squeeze that back to a whole number, you get a spiral.
I don't understand any of that, but it sounds good.
I know, but Father Eric, help me, because I'm really serious about this. Keep going, Mark. So what's that mean?
So it means that when you sort of come to the, we'll say, unconscious conclusion that the world is a self-similar fractal, and you don't know, like, what fractals are or how fractal math works, and fair enough, like, it's not easy stuff. I've got a couple books on it. Took me a long time. But you will come to a spiral, because that's the closest smooth version of self-similarity.
And self-similarity means?
Self-similar.
I understand it means fractality, right?
No. There's two types of fractals. There's regular fractals that don't repeat, and then there's fractals that repeat, like the Mandelbrot set, Benoit Mandelbrot, that repeats. That's a
The
self-similar
Sierpinski
fractal.
triangle is simpler.
Oh, repeat. Keep going.
Right. So self-similar fractals repeat over time. So if you keep doing the math long enough, the same pattern appears and the same sequence goes over and over again, right? That's a self-similar fractal. Not all fractals are like that. So that for self-similar fractals, which is what the world is, I know Jonathan Peugeot has a little technical glitch, right? He says fractality. It's like, no, it's self-similarly fractal. That's the difference. That looks like a spiral if you smooth it over. If you do simpler math, you'll get a spiral effect.
Oh, so we could say it's a rough approximation.
Yes.
But he's...
If you look at a rough approximation of self-similar fractality, you'll get a spiral. Yep. Yep.
Really?
That's exactly what you'll get. Yep.
Wow, well, that kind of makes sense for him then. So we can call it a rough
Yep.
approximation. Of
Right.
That,
And
that makes sense then, because keep going.
Well, let me just explain this real quick. What you would get is a spiral that starts at a certain size and either gets bigger or smaller and then goes back to the original size. That's what you would get in an approximation of a self-similar fractal. So it wouldn't be like a spiral of the same size. It would be a spiral that grew and then shrunk back down to the same size and repeated. That would be a self-similar fractal approximation. That's what that would look like.
Wow, that's cool.
It is cool,
That's
actually.
real. It's super cool. And it's super cool. It really helps me tremendously because I've been arguing. Well, he didn't really like me saying anything about it because I'm just this silly blonde-haired Canadian, you know, who God knows does she ever really say anything, right? And so, but I've always thought his idea of it being a spiral was somewhat crude, and I've always said so. So this explains it because he actually was not really thinking about fractals. Even when he wrote his books, I would say it wasn't. I think he listened to Peugeot, and that's when he started talking with that kind of language. So this is really interesting, and that's really helpful to understand that because, yeah, I've never could understand how it could be spiraling. It just doesn't make it. What about you, Father Eric? Can you see reality ever that way? It never seems to me that that's the way reality is seen.
Did we lose Father Eric?
No, he's there. I see him.
Quiet.
I'm really not sure what Dr. McGilchrist means.
Well, he says that as you go along in his idea is that as you go along in life, that you actually, rather than things being circular, that it's actually spiraling because he says you go to a higher level, and right there I go Gnosticism. But yeah. I do, and I think that is
the problem with saying you go to a higher level is the assumption that there's only one direction, it's only up, and you can never move back down. And that's just wrong.
Yeah, it's just,
I don't know what to tell people.
Wrong.
Like that.
I agree. Yeah.
But that's part of the lie of progressivism, which of course I haven't
Right. And the lie of living in this world. Actually, everybody. It seems like everybody thinks that you're going up, and that you're somehow at some other that somehow you've gleaned something actually from going in that direction per se, and that just seems like total nonsense to me. And so,
and it's the assumption that because something is possible that it will happen. It's like, well, it's possible that as you live you'll get better, but most people as they live they get worse. Like most drug addicts do not become undrug addicts, or they actually die of drug overdoses. I don't know what to tell you about how easy this is to figure out. So
and sometimes we become cockier the older we get, or fatter, or whatever it is that we're suffering from, right?
Most old people, the stereotype is that they dig in, right? There's what is it? Grumpy old men, right? In the two movies like that, right? That you see, that's most people, guys. Most people aren't progressing in the way you claim. They're actually getting worse, right? They're digging down because their cognitive capacity is going down. video on cognitive load now, thank goodness.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's this ridiculous progressive lie assumption that people make that is damaging the world.
Absolutely, because then if you've got that as a paradigm or as a schema for yourself, like, well, anything goes then, right? Like you can say anything if that's the way you're seeing. So yeah, it
Right.
struck me as very, very peculiar at the time. So we'll see where it goes. But oh dear
Ixnon has a
God.
question. Let me just try this. Is it possible that the pattern should be an orbit and not a spiral?
An orbit.
I mean, whoops, Father Eric left. The problem is that, there's lots of models that work and map perfectly well. And this is what confuses people. They get confused by the fact that there's more than one model that maps. Maps are not territories. That's where people get confused. The map for the territory confusion is that confusion. Yes, it is helpful to look at things in terms of orbits sometimes instead of spirals. Also, you will notice, if you go out on the internet, you'll see a little picture of the orbits of the planets as spirals because you change the perspective from the sun, where things orbit, to what can you change? The center of the galaxy, right? Or another galaxy. And all of a sudden, planets don't orbit the sun, they spiral the sun, right? Because orbit and spiral are functions of perspective and perspective alone. Nothing else changes. That's why perspective is super important. And that's why the postmoderns get rid of it, or at least try to, or tell you can. And that's why they're able to manipulate you, which again, I have a video on. That's my socialism is evil video.
Nice comment on perspective, Mark. Because
Thank you.
perspective is actually, well, I did miss you. I hate to say it, but I did miss you because you're just so brilliant.
Thank you.
But you're just an exceptional person, and this is such a wonderful opportunity for people to be able to interact with you. I think you're amazing to do it. Like, my compliments, my sincere compliments. And I'm not a nice person, as you know.
I have witnessed this personally in person. Yes.
But I really like that idea of perspective, because perspective is tied into context, right? Without perspective,
right.
you're never gonna get context, man. You
can't,
right? And that's what they do too.
Perspective, context determines material for real. That's the observer problem in physics, right? Right. And so now all the objects change as the result of those two things, right? Or they can. Right. Oh, they can. Yes, all objects. I'm going to do a video on that. I'm going to do it this week or this coming week, I think. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. There's a video on that actually it's Ethan's concept, not mine, but I'm going to do that one. Yeah, you like Ethan. No, he told me the story a while back, and I'm like,
I love you.
That is so freaking brilliant. I am totally going to do a video on that.
What did he say? Come on, tell me just one little idea. What did he say?
It's the chair in the cabin in the woods.
Say that again.
The wooden chair in the cabin in the woods. And the question is, what's the chair? And what you do is, it's the same cabin, it's the same woods, and just change the context. And then it's not a chair. So in one scenario, it's a chair. In another scenario, it's wood for the fire. Right?
Right. Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. If you're cold, you don't need to sit. You need to burn the damn chair. And so it's not a chair anymore because you're cold. Right. So you can change the context and your perspective. My perspective is I'm cold. Or you can use it for wood to heat your food instead of yourself.
Oh my gosh, but this, that is so brilliant because it ties in absolutely with attention and the critical, like, it cannot be overstated, the critical centering power of attention. And so we, without, that takes a lot, Mark. That takes a lot of energy and time and practice and ritual, I would say.
Well, you have to know about it. And the postmodern project is to make sure you don't notice it. And then they can hijack it right? And this is why my socialism is evil video is, I think, so good, because it highlights that this is the trick they're playing. It's a very clear trick. They're telling you don't need government, but actually government just refers to something that is not optional in the world, which is the allocation of resources that don't belong to a single person. The father is the governor of the family, right? For a reason, not always, but almost always, right? But then the thing above the family, you need a governor for, whatever that is. It could be the mayor of a city, right? It could be the town council, right? There's different forms of governance or government, right? And most of them have been tried and don't work, by the way, so that's good to know, right? And then the trick is they tell you that doesn't need to exist. And then what happens is you run into what's called the tragedy of the commons, which is a made up situation that is stupid. And
well, then you can do anything once you mesmerize people into vain imagining that attention isn't what creates reality. Then the door's wide open.
If attention doesn't,
you're doomed. You're doomed.
Right. And if attention doesn't create reality, that means reality is pre-existing. That's objective material reality. That's the OMR that I talk about.
Right.
So and you can get at the OMR the other way, right? You can come at it from science. And science is there's an objective material reality. This is Sam Harris all day long. He says this constantly. It's like, there's no objective material reality, bro, because your interaction with the things around you changes them. So it doesn't pre-exist you.
Right.
Parts of it pre-exist you, right? Sure. Like the rock was there before you. Yes. But if you throw the rock, it has a very different impact on the world than if you don't pick it up and throw it.
And the rock wouldn't have been the same anyway.
Rock wouldn't have been the same.
Anybody who knows rocks, man. But this is so good. What Ethan said and what you're focusing on. This is absolutely good.
But that's John Vervaeke's relevance realization. Jonathan Peugeot's the world is attention and relevance realization are the same statement. Exactly.
Is John Vervaeke really saying that, do you think?
Yeah, he doesn't know that, but he's talking about the exact same concept.
Yeah, but it's got a bit of an odor to it that seems a bit not right somehow. I don't know how to explain.
No, because the scientific frame is foolish. In order for relevance realization to work the way John wants it to work, there has to be an objective material reality. And in science, there is an objective material reality, but that's an illusion created by a bunch of assumptions. Yeah. Einstein said God doesn't play dice with the universe. Maybe listen to Einstein. He's probably smarter than you. I don't know. And then therefore, what that means is that, right? Like there's an order to the universe that we are discovering, not creating. Right. And that's the difference between postmodernism and insanity. Like there's an order to the universe, not there's a pre-existing universe. That's not the same thing. There's an order to the universe, or maybe a set of self-similar fractal patterns to the universe. Right.
Oh, Mark, it's so good. Yeah.
And then that's what you're interacting with. And you can do that poorly or you can do that well, right? And that would depend on the story that you're telling yourself and that's being told, right? And then if you tell a good story, on average, maybe not for you, because maybe you'll get eaten by lions, because good Christians should be eaten by lions. Maybe it won't work for you, but it'll work past you. And past you is bigger than you. Like things that happen after your death are necessarily bigger than you because they're the sum total of all the things you contributed to plus everything that proceeds after you. So maybe being part of a story that sort of accounts for you now, and which is important because a lot of we'll say Protestant sort of heretical sects don't, right? But if it accounts for you now and what goes beyond you, then it's a really good story, and it'll perpetuate the species indefinitely. And so it doesn't conflict with evolutionary thought at all, and that's super important. Understanding that there's no conflict between science and religion. It just doesn't exist. It's all
anybody who does any science knows that it's not it's some dweeb like, excuse me, like what's his facey Sam just made up some stuff so he could be original, but not. So that he can make a living and make lots of money and get attention. It was just an attention getting thing. He looks like, he reminds me of some little kid who's 3 years old and they've just poked their mother in the butt for the 10th time, you know, and he knows he's an idiot, but everybody thinks it's funny or interesting. And so there he is. He's so he has zero authenticity. He doesn't believe a word he says ever. He's a scam artist. He's like,
he's a snake oil salesman.
Snake oil. Yes, he's exactly that. He even talks that way. You can actually see the snake oil. I'm sorry, it's not very nice, but you can see it oozing out of his mouth when he speaks. You can see it. Literally see it. I know.
The guys on PsyOp Cinema, I listened to PsyOp Cinema recently. I forget which one of theirs, but it was good. They just berated Sam Harris, and I was like, man, even I wouldn't go that far, but I agree. I want to read this thing from Matthew. Attention creates reality as near as my recent obsession with self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, Matthew, that's more or less how it works. I don't know if we understand. Well, you would, but attention is a really tricky business in today's world where everything's topsy-turvy, right? It's it's quite a quest. It explains everything, right? People with different attentions are trying to manifest different things, and that causes a flood.
Right.
This is why I get frustrated. These guys, they come up with these complicated explanations, and I'm like, no,
it's
bro.
Really simple.
I know. It's really easy. It's
is
Sally
easy.
Joe. The coward odor. It's a form of the spinelessness. Yes, that's Sam Harris for sure.
Nicely said, Sally Joe.
Maybe we should sell a spine shirt. Ooh, I like that idea.
That is a great idea. It could go along with posture and Jordan Peterson stand tall.
Yeah, let's do that.
You'll be pleased to know I'm taking dancing lessons, by the way. And the first thing they taught me was posture. Do you know how cool dancing lessons are? I suggest that if we all took dancing lessons, that the universe would right itself again. It's so much fun. And seriously, I think we should all do that immediately.
It's a participatory practice, right? And it's poetic.
It's you're integrating your being, right? Because it's all different.
It's all integration.
It's a fabulous thing. Then you get the music on top of it.
Matthew Parlato, Vervaeke doesn't believe in objective reality. He says that, but he does. If any criticism holds water, he's starting on the left brain systematic framing, which requires OMR. Your left brain doesn't work without objectivity. But even that he admits, he says I'm a cognitive scientist, right? But admitting that means you believe in objective reality. Like there's no way around it. Like you can't do science without objective reality. It's not possible. That's the problem. That's the trick. So Vervaeke says a lot of things. Like he says he believes in emanation, but I've never heard him describe it. I mean, he does have a short form definition that's clearly wrong, but like he'll spend 20 minutes talking about emergence and he'll spend 3 seconds saying the word emanation. That's a hint. It's an asymmetrical.
He's dealing with his own issue. It's not kind to say, but he's dealing with his own issues.
Clearly.
It's clear.
Once you hear his traumas, you're like, oh, you're just trying to resolve your traumas.
He is.
Credit. He's topping his field and recognizes the existential embodied practices of the right brain is necessary and imperative. Yeah, but he doesn't do anything about it, Matthew. Like he hides all that work. It's good work. Awakening from the meaning crisis should be called awakening to the meaning crisis because there's no solution there. Okay. And the awakening from the meaning crisis work is hidden on his channel. It's the meditation series. Sorry, but it is. And that's not all of it, but
maybe he should do dancing lessons instead of meditate. Maybe he should go do dancing lessons and learn the
that's not a bad idea. We experimented with so much stuff on the Discord server back in the day.
Did you do that? Did you do dancing?
We did dancing. Yeah, they did ecstatic dance though. I don't think that was good. We needed to do more formal dancing, but it's hard to do on Discord.
But formal dancing teaches you everything, and also Sally Joe, I'm sure would know this anyway, but it definitely embodies the masculine and feminine principles for sure. It's amazing. It's phenomenal.
Right.
It has
all participation is going to do that, right?
Yeah, well, for sure.
And you'll notice, like the Baptists don't like dancing, and they don't like Mary, and they don't like the divine feminine, and they don't like symbolism, and oh yeah, it's all connected, isn't it? Everyone who throws out Mary is going to throw out dancing.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's all the same thing. That's why everyone's like making up these complicated explanations. Like, it's really simple, guys. You guys are making the world real hard, and it's real simple. Let's read some more comments here. Excellent. Sell a spine shirt with a small board you can use to brace your back. There we go.
Good idea for your posture. Yeah.
Sally's already on it. She said she was on it.
Oh, I bet she is.
Matthew, dynamical relating. I don't know, Matthew. I don't know what dynamical relating means. Some of this holds water. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Masculine and feminine dance. All participation to be proper has to embody the feminine and the masculine. There's no choice.
Absolutely. Right. Or you're so we need I'm sorry, we need estrogen. We need estrogen desperately in our society today. I'm serious about it. Like, you might sound like some YouTube
not
lady.
That way. We need women stop trying to be powerful and to be precious.
That's what I mean. We need estrogen because when a woman is
then
feminine,
men have something to do, right? Then men go, ooh, something precious to protect. Og like protect. Og smash all things not, threaten preciousness, right? Og build house for precious. Keep precious safe.
Mark, you need to. This is important. I'm really on this bandwagon right now. Estrogen, of course, is generated. The more feminine you are, the way you dress, the way you look at yourself, the way you tend to yourself, creates enormous amounts of estrogen. It creates the polarity between the masculine and feminine. Like this, we've got all the research on the hormones now, and it's obvious that is one of the fundamental problems that women no longer understand what a woman is actually.
Right, but that's tied into my greater theory. Let me catch up on comments though, and then Sally Joe, I've never danced. Really, dancing is evil. Lol.
Sally Joe and I take lessons. Sally Joe.
Mark, Baptists. Yes, Baptists are very funny. That's Sally Joe. Footloose. Yes, Footloose is real. Holy Rollers, look them up. Real. Was not allowed because it's sexually provocative. Right. Well, that's how they suppress the divine feminine. That's how the Puritans suppress the divine feminine.
And then you don't
I got a whole thesis about this. I went over it the other day with my buddy Bruce. I can drive a 4-wheel drive with grace. Yes, you can, Sally. That is true. I can confirm this personally. We need a version of the Virginia Reel where you can change partners. You can do that. That's not a problem.
What do you mean? What's that comment mean? I don't get it.
The Virginia Reel is a type of dancing.
Yeah, I know that, but what about the changing partners bit? I don't get it. Like, what's the joke? I just missed whatever.
No, it's not a joke. He wants to change partners. You do change partners at the Virginia Reel.
What do you mean he wants to change his wife for another wife? Is that what he meant?
Hopefully not. No. You want to learn. The purpose of dancing in America in the, say, 17 and 1800s, in the weird Protestant sects that allowed it, and I think most of Europe, although I'm a little fuzzy on that European history, all medieval dancing, right, is all about meeting different women, like trying different pairings in the
right
village.
in the
that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's 100% that. I mean, it's more than
that.
100% also trying different pairings.
Right, and that's once. Oh my gosh, thank you, Mark. You're too. Sally Joe, look at this. This is really
Elizabeth, I don't know why everybody doesn't see this way. That's why I'm always confused by you people. Like, what I can't track all the things people don't see that are all actually the same thing. But anyway, Sally Joe, you can't just go feminine in a vacuum unprotected.
Yeah. Well, no, you can. You have to be bold, Sally Joe. You have to be bold, Sally Joe. One woman can change a lot of men around. I'm a perfect example. I've got all the Italian men just where I want them right now that I understand how hormones work. I'm serious.
Yeah. Right. One woman can manage 10 men easily. One man cannot manage 10 men.
But you need to understand the patterns. And if you don't understand the patterns, you might as well just be a postmodern, lesbian, whatever. Like, you might as well, because if you don't understand how the polarization works between the masculine and feminine, and how the hormones actually, the science research backs it up. If you don't understand that, you don't have a hope in hell. But if you understand it, it works. Oh,
When the feminine is exposed, well, don't expose it. It brings out danger as much as possible protection. No, you don't expose it. Like you keep making this mistake, Sally.
No, you
Don't
just
expose it.
are the
You point.
exemplar. You're just
You
you're
point
the
in the
exemplar.
back, and everything happens, and you don't have to expose anything.
But then
That's-
there's the other side of the masculine feminine problem that I realized, because when I left Italy, then everything went to hell because I was no longer in a Catholic country, and that's true. As soon as I got on the Air Canada plane, I was acting out my estrogen full feminine side. Oh my gosh, if Sally had been there, she would have said, "There you go." The guy tried to eat me alive. Seriously, tried to eat me alive, and I was just being my normal estrogen feminine self. And men in North America typically cannot stand it. And I might even include somebody like, some of these people like Peterson. I don't think they can stand the real feminine. I don't think so.
Probably not. They probably don't know how to deal with the divine feminine as such. But I mean, that's because they don't have a story for it. So the controversial theory, Elizabeth, that I'll share because you're here, that I don't think I've talked about this publicly at all, but I'll take a chance. I like Peterson's talk about birth control, but I think what he's actually missing is the second order effects of birth control once it spreads and once it's one generation after the spread. Because if you do the math that way, then the math works too, which I'm not a fan of math, but also like it helps, right? And so like if you do the math from the 60s, hormonal birth control, and you imagine a scenario, and I'm not going to make a statement about this, I'll let you guys decide as the audience whether or not this is feasible. But the way I conceive it is we live in a world where hormonal birth control has an effect, which of course it has to, right? Otherwise it wouldn't do what it claims to do, right? Then the other effects are things like you don't get the full force of the cycle of the divine feminine or the divine feminine itself. Well, when you grow up with maybe a mother who was on birth control, then off, and then back on again, you don't get the full force of the cycle. So you don't understand cycles as a man or a woman. So the young daughters don't either, right? And it's more important, the young daughters, but you also don't know how to deal with that. So when you come up against somebody with it, you're like, whoa, dog, I don't even know what to do, because you've patterned after your mother. And if your mother hasn't embodied the full force of the cycle at both ends, you don't know how to deal with that. You don't have a map for that, man. That's like, whoa, danger. Right. But for women, not only do they not know how to deal with it, but they don't cast it out into the world. And so society gets flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter and spreads out more and more and more and more and more, right? And then everybody tries to be more masculine.
And yeah, like I'm sorry, but North America is full of males. There's just so many. It's mainly males. There's not many women, but many women left. I'm not joking. Like we should do a picture of it, Sally Joe. We basically got a continent full of men, and it's true.
But yeah, but look at the postmoderns.
Feminized males. Feminized males. We got the opposite.
Look at the postmoderns, right? They're basically evil, degenerate males, right? So it's all male thought, and it's all me, and it's all top-down power from above with no good definition of power. Their power is something like force or threat of force, which is usually what words are, threat of force, not actual force. That's why if you stand up to leftists, they fold because they're threatening force, but they don't have any. So whatever.
Yeah, because nobody said it. I really do believe that the postmodernists could not believe that anybody would take them seriously. They were playing. I think they were just playing intellectual games. I really do. Like they got serious about it because that's what French intellectuals do. But I think they were.
I agree.
Couldn't believe that anybody would buy into their abstract theoretical cafe smoking ideas.
Well, then and you can tell they. Right, but you could tell they cognitively overloaded their listeners. It's really easy because the first thing people say is reading Derrida is hard.
I know.
Maybe that's because he wrote nonsense and you fell for it.
It doesn't make any sense because you're getting
nobody ever considers that. My problem is nobody considers the possibility that that's true.
Yeah, I agree.
Like maybe Derrida wrote nonsense on purpose, knowingly, and you fell for it. Did you ever consider that, Mr. Smarty Pants? Because every time I ask these super smart people, and they are super smart people, like, can you distill Derrida? They can't. And fair enough. but like
Yeah, because
nobody
it's-
can.
It doesn't follow
Nobody?
any pattern. Yeah, I know. It's
Nobody.
funny.
Zero
It-
people.
I agree, Mark. 100. But seriously, if you've ever
That's a
lived in
hint.
France, yeah.
That's a hint that he wrote garbage on purpose. Maybe not on purpose. Maybe he
Not
fooled
maybe
himself.
no.
I
That
don't know.
you need.
I
if you've
agree
ever
with
been
you.
in
Knowing
France,
French people, knowing French people, he did it on
French
purpose.
people.
But
No, if you don't understand French intellectuals, then you don't get these postmodernists. They do not. They're playing games.
Elizabeth,
That's what French
hold on.
intellectuals
Hold on.
do.
You violated a rule of the channel.
Oh,
It's
I yelled?
reprehensible. It's reprehensible French intellectuals because there's no other type. You've got to be precise in your speech, just like Peterson
Oh my
said.
gosh! But it's a cultural misunderstanding. Nobody understands what French intellectuals are all about.
I agree.
Nobody don't take them so seriously. Like it's just like they're really as they're just kind of like Sam. They're just like Sam. You know, they're just
Right.
playing a little game, right? And
Yeah,
and they're a little cooler. Like Sam's not as cool as those French intellectuals. Anything French can be quite cool.
The problem with the U.S.
I mean, they make croissant. They make croissant. Come on, that's cool.
There you go. That's cool. But the problem with the U.S. is that it's desperately trying to be Europe, right? Because we don't have a history. So we're desperately
Exactly.
trying to get
Thank
back
you.
to our history. And
Yeah.
the problem, somebody asked me this, I forget who and how long ago it was. It wasn't that long ago, it was a few months ago. But they asked me like, well, why Canada? Why is there Vervaeke and Peterson and Peugeot, right? All out of Canada. And I said, well, Canada's they're caught between Europe and the US very much. And so they are the stress point. They should be the tip of the spear. That's what should happen, like naturally.
I agree.
That's
I
why
agree.
Canada's in that state, because they're trapped between these two forces, right? One with the history that's pulling them backwards, and fair enough, it should, right? And one that's just, I mean, the U.S. is a juggernaut of progress, right? I mean, we're not the country that made the most progress in the shortest time in history. That's actually Germany post the middle of the Great War, because there's only one war, but right, like that. Well, actually, it's continuation. Like they were a juggernaut for. I mean, that's how World War I happened. They were a juggernaut.
1900, 1930s, 1970s.
Yeah, they did it again in the 1930s. 30 years later.
That's what they do because
Right. And all of that seems to be Bismarck. He's just like a great guy in some ways, but really kind of destroyed the world for real. And the more you dig into Bismarck's history, it's like, man, this guy was a disaster for the world. He really was. Smart guy, but also a complete catastrophe.
no balancing of things, right? Just like crazy.
Yeah, I mean the collapse of the Prussian Empire, just it's not good. Like it's just a continuation of the beheading of the kings and all that, and it's just not. I mean, maybe Adam and I will just we got to do Russian Revolution. We got to do Russian Revolution next.
There was the French Revolution. If you've studied your history, why would you take postmodernists seriously if you really?
I have a video on that with Adam. We did a wonderful treatment of the French Revolution. Also, Patriarchy is Good, that video that I did with Father Eric and Adam. Oh yeah, the French Revolution causes every bad thing in the world, including feminism. Bad from the start. Bad seed, bad fruit, bad seed. Sorry, guys.
Feminism
sorry.
did come,
watch the video.
Much of feminism, you're absolutely right about that. And recently too, much of feminism came out of France.
The woman who wrote the original paper that everybody else used saw the beheading of the French king. She was there. She saw it, and she was self-conflicted. She wrote that she was oh, he died so regally. I feel bad. It's like, you psychopath, you crazy. And she wrote, to be fair, she wrote the paper a year before that, but like she wrote it in the midst of the French Revolution. She was an English woman too, but she wrote it. She was in, and she had to be spirited out of Paris because like they were gonna put her on the guillotine. And she wrote the first feminist paper, and then the whole Mary Wollstonecraft.
Oh right,
fascinating history, right? Mother to Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. Wow. Oh yeah, no, the connections are like once you realize these things are connected, you're like, whoa, what? Why are we listening to any of these people? They're all lunatics, clearly lunatics, clearly bad fruit all over the place. Nothing but bad fruit. Bad seeds, bad fruit. Hate to say it, but also look at
Yeah,
the
but you don't have a narrative if you don't understand that you're dealing, well, mainly not just narrative, but images, right? If you don't have the right images, you know, you're going to the same church and you're looking at the same images. That does something to your perceptual system. There's no doubt about it. And you're listening to the same stories.
Even if it's wrong, it aligns you to people you haven't met, which allows for a greater method of cooperation.
Well, yeah, because at least you're seeing, it doesn't even matter if you're seeing them, you're all seeing them slightly differently because that's how we are.
Right.
But you're looking at the same damn images everywhere you go. And what I find really fascinating, it's the same damn stories too. So if you've got, so what you're basically getting out of all of that is there is a grid. There's a grid. Back to your order.
Yeah.
There's a grid. There's order. And so what you're getting is not the particulars. You're getting that underlying grid, and that's what unifies everybody. Obviously, because at least you can still you've absorbed that narrative and those images. And what's the reason I'm really strong about this? When I went to my little island, there's these old people who tell these stories that are real.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's really cool? When you start listening to them and you wonder, they all come from the ancient stories that they heard in church, right? They all come. So they're all variations of those stories. And I've been reading the Kalevala, which is the collection of Finnish tales. It's amazing. It inspired Tolkien, right? And it's it's the best. It's rivaling Dante. So for me to say that this is something it's an amazing collection. Yeah, and it's written by this, but the translation that is necessary to have because it's unbelievably beautiful. And it really maps onto McGilchrist as well. But there's a translation by Friberg, Friberg. It is one of the most incredible pieces of literature I've ever read. It's ancient. And you know what I figure, Mark? Tell me. The Finnish, obviously, they have zillions of hours of night, right? And I figured they, of all people, had time to say their stories over and over and over again. So these have been refined for centuries, over much more time, for sure. And so
you don't have any more distributed cognition. It's being stolen by this stupid thing that keeps interrupting.
You have no idea how little we have. When you come from anyway, what's really interesting is these stories. And the Kalevala, as well as the stories that these people were telling on the island, they're all coming from that common medieval vision that Peugeot talks about all the time. You wouldn't believe these are people who can't, and I don't call them illiterate because I think that's a stupid false category. They neither read nor write. Two of these people, the things they say. There's an Oxford grad who's been writing about them. He said they say the most profound things. They say the most profound things because they are embedded in the narrative of centuries. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, this idea that's hi Matthew, by the way. But this idea that
Matthew,
that
I don't know you.
Like Cale Zeldin's been putting out, like, oh, you need to read old books. It's like burn all the books. You need to participate in your community.
Right.
And you don't need the books. You know how I know this? This is my genius. You ready for my genius move? Do you know how I know you don't need the books? We didn't have them in the past, and we're here. Like, it's not that hard. Like, I don't. Like, everyone oh, these books. You don't. You couldn't have. That's not even a possible configuration of the world. The people before you didn't have the damn books, and they're fine. They built you. Like, what do you mean you need this stuff? You definitely do not.
I absolutely. It's all community because these people still live in community, right? Because when you're on a little island, with the god of the winds blowing there all the time, you're pretty isolated for long periods of time. And guess what? You're living together. Like it's the way it always was. You're restricted by the necessities of survival, frankly. And and they still live that way. They still live in community. They still care for one another. Right. So you don't really need to talk about time and attention, all this other stuff, because they're living it every day. It's so beautiful.
Right. That's the problem. We used to live it and now we don't. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, we're in trouble. Yeah.
I loved your little I don't want to say controversial alternative. Your fringe theory, your cutting edge theory on the hormones and what is it, birth control? So that's right up I eat up that stuff. That's beautiful. But I want to at risk obviously, I don't want to be offensive in any of that stuff, but
Oh,
at
we
risk
like
of
being offended. At least I do.
at risk of pushing my own uh, uh, kind of radical hypothesis that can easily be spun into darker, nefarious ways. But that's obviously not what the spirit of either of y'all or this channel or myself is. But anyways, I have a kind of a controversial one on what kind of what you just what was your name? Excuse me, I don't catch a name in your
That's
title there.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Okay,
Elizabeth.
excuse me. So Elizabeth just mentioned on the the environmental circumstances and kind of constraints and obstacles that we had to deal with. I have this radical, I call it a controversial hypothesis that if you kind of take it's not quite this simple in black and white, but bear with me. If you took a kind of a dichotomous view on metaphysics and in a wisdom meta narrative of like the East and West, kind of this more implicit, illusory, kind of giving up, looking at the world versus this very cherished, creative, generative, um, moving upward and forward kind of worldview of the West. And and that, like I said, you can kind of draw a line real simply to more racy and edgy political narratives, and that's not what I'm going for. It's not what I'm going for. But I want to look at the correlation of those metaphysical frameworks and narratives with climate on kind of like a more tropical, abundant, diversity of life versus more the moderate, temperate, having to struggle, having to really cherish, the tools and chase down the game. The game would be more versus just the world of plenty, and so things and tools and creations can be let go more. There's not as much of a value, can easily be slipped through the fingers, as the tropical realm that we would have been interfacing would have been just a little bit more just a little bit more abundance there. I don't want to be too aggressive or too broad strong with my metaphor here, but then in the case of like more moderate, dealing with the winters and the tougher in the grazing and migrating flocks and stuff like that, just having to kind of struggle a little bit more, thus focusing on and cherishing a little bit more of that man's creation and man's progress. I don't know if any of that lands, and I don't know if I've shared that with anybody else till this point. I think I put it down somewhere.
Yeah, well, life is harsher like we're living this hyper, yeah, but it's falsely comfortable, right? I don't know. I don't know if
Push
that's
back for sure. Like I said, that's on the edge of my thoughts. Like I'm open for anything you got.
I don't really have anything. The only thing I know is what I've experienced, and people who actually take care of each other in a community, and live honestly. They're not. You cannot hide your foibles when you live in a community. It's really cool. Right. So what ends up happening is foibles are allowed to be foibles in a community. Mm-hmm. They're not pathologized. They're just allowed to be part of what makes life interesting. Whereas here, any kind of foibles are like you're pathologized immediately for being unique in any way. But funnily enough, even though we don't exist as individuals, that is what happens. And so the sword is pointed at you. But what's really interesting is all this moralizing stuff that goes on in the outside world just doesn't happen in a real community because everybody's effing up all the time.
Right.
So so the reason you go to church to confess your sins, like it really, really makes sense because everybody knows that you've been effing the girl beside the house where you're living with your wife. Everybody knows that somebody hit somebody over the head and they died. Everybody knows all the stories, folks, and there's no hiding the ugliness of the human shadow. And so it's so liberating because what it means is all those things that you're pathologized about continually in this world. Like I was rearranging my luggage because the guy who put it up there put it on the wrong side, and it was an expensive mono suitcase, and I didn't want it wrecked. And some guy made an asshole comment about it. Like, sorry, no. I'm just rearranging my luggage because actually it was expensive and that's my personal story. And you have no right to be commenting because it's just my foible that I wanted it put the right side up so that it wouldn't get wrecked because I cherish the things that I buy. But yeah, so foibles are not acceptable. And in fact, you're not allowed to be visible in this outside world. And that's part of the feminine problem too. That's part of the problem about being feminine. If you're feminine and you take care of yourself, you look at yourself in the mirror, contrary to what Peterson says, the more often a woman sits and looks at herself in the mirror, the more estrogen that is produced, period. The more estrogen that she produces, when a man comes close to her, that his testosterone goes up. It's that simple. It's all about hormones, ma'am. So we're pathologized. So if you're an attractive woman in North America, you're pathologized right away. If you're attractive, you know, I'm okay looking. If you're an attractive woman in Italy, everybody's really happy that you've made the effort to look as nice as you can, and they're more than pleased to help you out. So in Italy, if I say, oh, which is what you need to be doing, the feminine needs to ask for assistance and help from the masculine. That's how it works. You ask a man in Italy to help you with anything, and they all of a sudden become knights in shining armor. And I kid you not, like there can be some slovenly guy walking along the sidewalk and say, oh, would you mind helping me with my suitcase? Oh, all of a sudden, their posture goes up. They don't need Jordan Peterson. They stand straight and they're honored that you ask them to help. And they'll do it. It's magical. Every woman needs to know this. All you need to say is, oh, I need some help. And right away, because the testosterone goes shooting through the roof. As soon as a female says to a male, I need some help, the testosterone goes up. And so they become knights in shining armor in front, like these really weird looking guys.
But that's when you give a guy something to do, he becomes the hero. Yeah, he's got to rise to the occasion.
But it's testosterone. It's testosterone. No wonder these men are dying in the basement. No wonder. But anyway, so you do that in Canada. So I asked this dweeb to help me with the suitcase. They're not capable. They don't even know. I should have said to the guy, I should have said to him, listen, you need some help with your testosterone levels, man. But the whole thing is listening to me. No.
He needs to go to the gym.
It might be good.
He needs to go to the gym. That's what he needs.
No, he needs to understand the polarization between the masculine and feminine and how testosterone and estrogen works. I think everybody needs to be talking about hormones. That's my basic idea right now.
A little too materialistic for me, Elizabeth. A little too materialistic. But it's a little too materialistic for me. But you do. Science, there is an archetype. No, there is an archetype. And if you act out the archetype, the physical, the material stuff takes care of itself. But the thing you mentioned there was important.
Yeah. But I'm right about the research.
Well, research is behind the thing. It thinks
but it's interesting and it's good to.
You're right. You're right.
It's good to have the research because I've got Dante and McGilchrist is providing all the scientific research which supports Dante. So it is important actually in my personal opinion.
I don't disagree. It's important to know.
My father was a researcher, Mark, so just be careful.
Right. But the thing you mentioned too was acceptance. And I like what you said about individualism. The problem with individualism works both ways. Like if you think you can be an individual, you think other people are individuals too. And now they're in positions. And that's just worse for intimacy, right? You're just destroying intimacy. I don't know. Did you listen to my second intimacy crisis talk with Catherine?
Would I like
it? A new one. I think so. I don't know. I'm going to do a third one with her too. Left that door open. So yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is when you don't have a healthy divine feminine and divine masculine and the relationship, because that's the important part. Then you're screwed, right? You're going to end up not being able, and you're going to collapse the world into masculine power. And then women are going to try to be men, and men are going to try to be what they think women are when men are dumb, so they don't know what women are. And so, yeah, it's just going to be a mess. It's going to be a complete.
You don't know anything horrible about mess. It's a horrible mess. I don't even know.
And that's the problem. Like this is what I mentioned in my monologue. You're not supposed to. It's not important. Like women are crazy. Good enough, man. Just got to protect them. They can be crazy, and I can just protect them. It's okay. I don't need to understand why they do things. I don't need to. Not necessary to protect them.
Thank you. Like you can just be like what we are, because there's no freaking way any man can even start to understand a woman. Like seriously, there is
all you need to do, honestly, is spend an hour in some random place with Elizabeth, and you realize the futility of trying to understand women. It just immediately becomes obvious to you that you will never be smart enough, no matter how smart you get, to understand anything about women. Because Elizabeth is all over the place. It's beautiful. It's awesome. Also, completely all over the place. I've never met. No, that's not true. I know 2 other women that are as all over the place as Elizabeth. It's awesome. It's so much fun. And it's
It
great
really
because
is fun. It's fun being me. Like it's fun being
I
me.
bet it is. And we have to protect you from yourself because, man, you are this far away from getting wiped out.
I need so many men in my life. I seriously need a lot of
You
men
really
in
do.
my life.
You need like an
everywhere I go.
army. You need an army to protect you all the time.
Even on the ship from Naples, when I'm going to my islands, I got all these men who know me because I go and take the same route all the time, and they take care of me, right? The guy who serves the food, the guy who gives me my room number, they all shake hands and and they're happy to serve this
It
lady
gives them
who's
something
in
to
need of
do.
help.
Yeah,
Well, it means they get to be
know.
men. They get to be men. They get to help this lady who's
Yeah,
all
they have
over
a
the place.
role.
Yeah,
Right.
but that's what a man wants. He wants to know what some crazy lady is looking to find or to have. He really is. He wants to do that because like that's all he can do. Because what else are you going to do with a lady? I mean, you know
Right.
what I mean. But yeah, like what
Right.
are you going to do? You just gotta
Well,
go
and
with
what else are you going to do
saying.
in the world? Like, if you're not protecting that which is precious, what are you doing? Yeah, you're in mom's basement. Of course you are. You're pretending to protect something precious because it's a few blips on a screen and it moves. Ooh, pretty.
Yeah, but
It's like, yeah,
women
you're
aren't
3 years
willing
old.
they're not willing to admit that they are like I'm probably just the exemplar, right, of the feminine. That
You're
women
the
aren't willing to be
extreme.
like me. Like no, but I'm just
Yeah. Let's catch up on comments real quick. Sally Jo, there are places in the U.S. that are real communities. Yeah, just not typically urban places, right? Well, the urbanization is a problem, right? Elizabeth should listen to the intimacy talk even if she doesn't like it. Okay, excellent. Well, I'm sure she'll take that under advisement.
I don't know if I would like it, but
I think you would. Sally Jo, she might. She was outside internet reception for the last few months. Yeah, she might like it. My intimacy crisis, I only have 3 talks. They're all with women because I'm terrified to talk about it without a
Did you
woman
do one
present.
with Sally Jo? Then I might listen to it.
No, I'm not going to do one with Sally Jo. That's a bad choice.
Why not?
It's interesting you say that, Mark. That's interesting you said that about, and I'm sure, I don't know, there might be a grain of truth. Sometimes usually there's grains of truth, but it's a very common topic on my mind for sure. I brought it up in different conversations. I don't have any recorded, I don't believe, but yeah, the intimacy crisis, this degradation, this mutation and degradation of the connection we had. I mean, just to do an exemplification, when you pointed to your phone and said, no more distributed cognition, my thoughts were, well, there's still a distributed cognition, but it's just this degradation.
It's dead. It's not degraded. It's dead.
Yeah, that's a better way, right? Yeah. It's
all.
It's all
no,
included.
We're afraid of zombies. You're holding one.
Yeah, and then it updates.
Zombie. This is distilled zombies being transmitted over the air.
It gestures moment to moment to try and be alive, right? It's like, oh, I can
exactly.
It's very interesting.
That's why that pattern's there. That's where that pattern comes from. Like that pattern's there. The zombie pattern is there. I mean, that's actually how, to some extent, Peugeot and Vervaeke got famous, was talking about zombies, right? That was their way in. Why? Because zombies are real, guy. And then look, I've said it before. Go to Edinburgh, Scotland. And if you don't understand you are surrounded by zombies, you're just missing the world. But you are surrounded by zombies.
Go to Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia. Go to Skid Row in LA. And I just want to highlight too how you just mentioned. I don't know if you did it on purpose or but it's just the way it happened. That's also kind of how Peugeot and JV found each other too. Yeah. It's like not only they're way into this deep cultural.
That's how they found each other.
Yeah, right. It's because there's the symbol, right? And this mass pop culture Westerns. Go ahead.
But the reason why Edinburgh is important is because Edinburgh is seriously one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Like it is gorgeous.
The contrast.
Right. Well, the thing is, when you're there, everyone's looking straight across. Right? And I'm there going like, Like, I can't stop moving my head.
Oh,
Dude,
because of the beauty.
Dude, there's a freaking volcano over here. The water's over here. There's
I
a
gotta get to
castle
Europe.
on a hill over here.
Yeah,
It's
you have to
like,
get to
what
You know,
is going
I
on?
I may
This
have really
stuff is
screwed up my life.
everywhere.
I may have really made a lot of bad decisions. I may not get to do a lot of amazing things, but I think I might be able to squeeze in a trip to Europe,
Go,
and
go.
and
It'll
Oh,
God
change
yeah.
bless
your
it if
life.
I get to do that. I
If
just
you
want to go
can
see
go
the
only
churches, but
one place, go to Edinburgh, Scotland,
okay.
Go to
because it
Italy.
is amazing.
Yeah, I
It
probably
is
won't be able to do
amazing.
a big fancy, but I could probably do, some small scale economical version. And I want to see the churches.
You can go and stay. There's still hostels you can stay in that are
Yeah.
cheap. All you do is they're just bare bones, right? I think you share a room with
Oh,
4 other people. They hardly cost anything, even in the big cities. They might be $30 a
true
night or
statement.
something. You don't
Yeah.
need to. It doesn't need to cost a lot of money. People just do it that way now, so everybody thinks that's what you have to do, but you don't. You can go. I go really cheap. I stay at a place in
Well,
Sicily for $45 a
but
night.
really nice hotels in Europe are cheap by our standards.
Wow.
The
Okay.
service
Well,
sucks
not
because
so
it's
much
Europe,
after
but they're
COVID.
really
Not so much after
beautiful.
COVID.
They're really
Yeah.
beautiful hotels. Oh, Sally Joe basically thinks, Elizabeth, that you should do an intimacy crisis talk response video because
That
it
would
would
be
be
very
amazing.
I
cool.
don't know if you'd want to hear it. I'd be swearing a lot, I'm afraid.
Oh, stop. That would be very cool. That would be very cool.
Yeah, but I've got really
Mark,
strong
because
opinions,
here's also
and
the
most
thing is
women
Mark is
don't
the
like
type of
them.
I'm gonna be that guy. Mark's the type of personality that actually needs that healthy pushback, like because
Yeah.
No, it's
he's
not Mark. I think it might be Catherine, actually. I don't think Catherine and I see
well, I
eye to
don't
eye on a
yeah, I don't
lot
want to
of
speak
things.
on I don't even know if I
But she knows
recognize that name.
Catherine, so you got to be careful.
And
Okay.
I read Beatrice, I read Dante, and Beatrice is one fierce woman. Like, she makes even the Irish chieftain ladies look soft. She's so tough. She's got that beautiful, tough feminine that Mark was talking about. Like, she's a force
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
And she puts Dante where he needs to go. Like, every man needs Beatrice. She's changed my life. Until I found out that, then I found out about how the feminine and masculine works, and it works. Like, seriously. Every woman
Yeah.
needs to be
Yeah.
expressing what she needs to every
Right,
man
but-
around her. I mean it
Right,
seriously.
but they don't. Like the last time I ran into this situation, right? Very, very beautiful young lady. Very beautiful.
I'm so
Right.
excited.
Next-
Are you getting married?
No. This is a long
You
long
make a great
tail.
husband
No,
and
I
father,
was
Mark.
she went into her car to get this huge printer, 2 hands. Like 2 hands. It's a huge printer, right? And I was like, "Can I help you?" And she was like, "No." And I was like, "I'm going to open the door for you anyway." Like, this is not acceptable to me growing up when I grew up. It's not going to happen. Like, my mother's dead. She's looking down. She's going to come back and kill me if I
Right.
don't open the door.
Your mother was
and that was
right.
literally the least I could do. And there was no physical way that she could open the door by herself, but she be damned if she wanted my help. And I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." And the other 2 idiots that were with me also did not offer to help. And I'm like, "You both suck."
I'm so proud of you, Mark. You're enacting the true masculine. Like, you're changing the world.
People don't like that, Elizabeth, but I agree. I think it's worth it, even though I suffer for it.
Do it anyway, man. If a man opens the door for me, you should see me. I treat him with my most beautiful glance. Trust me. I do. I do. And they're thrilled. They're thrilled.
If I could get in front of you when we're together, that would be a miracle. Much less get to open the door. You're so quick. You're always in front, just like leading the way into chaos.
Into chaos.
It's glorious.
Yes, no, but I know, but all I know, Mark, is the Italian men really like me. All of them, wherever I go.
I know they do. I know that. I know why too.
There's something going on. There's something going on there.
It's not hard to know. It's not hard to know.
I don't know, but I don't know, the North American women really hate me. So go figure. You know why? Because I'm trying to embody the feminine, and they don't like it.
Well, yeah, you're better, and they know it unconsciously, and they don't like that because they're being judged, and nobody wants to be judged. I mean, that's part of the individualism. Like, individualism is I don't have to be judged because I'm apart from the world. It's
Right.
You're never going to be apart from the world, and you're always going to be judged, and you're going to judge yourself, and you don't even realize that. No one's told you that, and fair enough. But also, you're an idiot. Like, yeah, you're going to judge yourself. So you can try to get out of judgment, but it's not going to work. So you need a new plan. If that's your plan, you need a new plan. It's that simple.
Yeah, you need to repent, man. You need to repent because, hey, you should be thankful.
Confess
Sorry?
and then repent. Confess, then repent.
Yeah, confess and then repent. I was just reading
Right.
that today. I couldn't
You've
believe
gotta-
it. Go.
Yeah, you've got to acknowledge it. You've got to acknowledge that you've done something wrong. Like you can't. It's not free. It's not
It's
free.
so good though. Like how cool is that? It's so cool to be able to say, "Hey, I really did this wrong, this wrong, this wrong, and I have 500 enemies." And you get to deal with all of it. Like it tells you
Right.
exactly what you need to do. Like
Right.
you just said, right? You need to confess and turn away from it. And the other thing is, every enemy you have, every woman who hates you, you get to pray for them. How cool is that? That's super cool. Because then you get to pray for them, and then so that's intimacy, man. When you're praying
Right.
for your enemies, there's something really intimate
Right.
about that.
That's right. Well, that's the quality of the relationship you have with them. If the quality of the relationship you have is to cut off all communication, that there's no relationship there.
Yeah, and you just transformed them. You've literally transformed them by your prayers. Like it's
right.
you have, because
right.
yeah, that's perception.
It reminds me too.
Go.
It reminds me too of just we've gotten this, this uber Protestant milk toast desacral. Like Christianity is supposed to be radical. Christianity, like what you just described in the last year, like those are very. And I don't know. Actually, I don't even know how much of Mark's spiritual, and I don't need to. I enjoy Mark for Mark. But the point is that what you just described is pretty radical, like spiritual and existential outlook and way of dealing with the world. Like it's really beautiful, man. It's
crazy. It's like the strangest tale ever told. Like it's so strange. If you read the Bible, if you were the strangest person, which maybe I am, but you read the Bible, it's so weird and strange. Like any adolescent would gobble it up in a second because it's so full of
only
nothing that you can ever figure out.
If only we presented it properly. I think you're so right, Elizabeth. It's all there. You could even get a child, caught with the fire of the Holy Spirit, but we've just drained it to this. Well, but it's not that. But it's not this.
But
it's not this. It's not that. It's
propositional.
It's
that's the propositional tyranny that John talks about. That's the propositional tyranny. Well, where does that come from? That comes from the printing press, or more correctly, comes from Protestantism, from the Sola Scriptura.
I'm with you, Mark. Ever since I met my friends who don't read or write, and yet are the wisest people I've ever met, and I mean profoundly wise. And, and I've never met a man as kind as this man in my entire life, because he actually he embodies Dante's Purgatorio in the last canto, where he's talking about the gentlest soul, because he's all right hemisphere, so he's all imagination, intuition. He actually can enter, well, it sounds a bit odd, but he can enter into the other person in a very real way, because it's all imagination. He's got linear sequential. There's no linear sequential to this man at all. It's so you're in the presence of a holy man. There's no.
I love that how you just did that linear sequential for left. I haven't heard it that discreet.
Oh yeah. I'm a lover of McGilchrist. I read McGilchrist up the yin yang.
I think the whole JP Sphere TLC whatever. I think he's a huge piece. I've been beating his drum for a while.
He's the only thinker that will survive all of this. He's the only one who'll be known in 100 years.
Wow.
Our model's way better. We were using the word linear.
Oh, and Mark,
that's a bold statement, though. That's a bold statement, Elizabeth.
Mark will be known. Mark might well, and I'm not joking about this either. Mark is really an incredible. He has this brilliant ability to. Well, first of all, he has so much knowledge. Like, I don't know where you get all your knowledge from. It's hardly fair for one person. You're like Dante. It drives me nuts. You have such a broad. No, but you have so much.
That's a lot to shoulder, Elizabeth.
Well, you are like Dante. I don't mean to. I'm not flattering you, because you know I'm not nice. So that's that.
That's true.
But seriously, you you're able. You see these patterns. It astounds me, and I really mean it, Mark. Like
that's where the knowledge comes from. The pattern.
Ethan's got his finger on stuff.
If he wasn't sharp, I wouldn't be hanging around him.
I know, and I like you too, Matthew. You're sharp too. You're cool. There's something very cool about you. Go to Europe. Honestly, go to Europe now. Get a ticket. You can go for $700. Go and get the.
I got a busy end of this year, brother's wedding and stuff. But I'm thinking next year's. I'm only getting older, so I mean next year's.
Yeah, you should go.
And I can do it. I can financially do it. So what do we do? What are we talking about?
It's your time. It's your time for Europe. Go to Sicily and you'll never regret it. Sicily's a
You
good.
see the name, I mean, I kind of gotta go. You see, Parlato Italian is so.
Just go to Sicily. Trust me, go to Sicily. Go to Palermo. If you go to Palermo, you can see where the Norman kings from northern France were created these amazing edifices with Byzantine mosaics, Arabic ceilings, Arabic decoration, and then the Christian imagery all together with Jewish stars here, there, and thither. And they actually had Jewish and Arab scholars in their courts, and several of the kings learned to speak Arabic. So Sicily was the only place I've ever heard of where they've actually understood that we're all talking about the same patterns, and they lived it, they embodied it.
Sicily was conquered by the Moors, so the big integration there.
That's beautiful.
And the Jews were there. There was a lot of Jewish. There were a lot of.
It's a big crossroads because of the trade. It's a big crossroads.
You're almost,
Mediterranean. It was the center of the world.
You're almost describing this coalescing of understanding and respect or something, right? That's beautiful.
Like we don't understand nowadays. Like, in case anybody wonders, even the people who went on the Crusades, Alessandro Barbero is clear. People at the knights and people at a certain level, whether they were Jewish, Arabic, or Christian, they were all exchanging knowledge during the Crusades. People don't understand that. This was not what people think it was, and people were
no. I mean, there's the famous story about, I forget which one, right? One of the commanders loses his horse, and Saladin's watching the battle, and he goes, "Bring the guy a horse." Right?
Yeah, because they admired each other.
Right. Well, they did, because a good warrior is a good warrior, man. Like, and then that's why you need statues to quote bad people or people on the wrong side. Because it's admirable that they did what they did in the way that they did it.
But this gets into the beautiful messiness of where my brain went, or my cognition is. Was that story true? Did you said Saladin, an Arab, So a Muslim general, did he really have such high respect? Was there such a dignity and honor amongst our race and species at that point, that even when he saw a general who got a misfortune?
The Europeans, Alessandro Barbero researched for 10 years before he became a professor, and it's clear. There's not that our whole idea in North America about the Crusades is totally wrong. Peshar talks about it too. Like it was a very different thing than we imagined, and the cross-cultural integration of ideas and knowledge, because they weren't stupid. If you
a lot of that comes from Protestant propaganda too, pushing back on the high churches at that time, and so they paint it with a certain tone. He does it with the Dark Ages as well. I've even written a little bit on minuscule, on Carolingian minuscule, that the Dark Ages were this time of ignorance and illiteracy, yet they produced and offered Carolingian minuscule, a revolution and fluency of literacy. So
it wasn't.
That's a fascinating.
Yeah, but the Dark Ages are named backwards, and people don't realize that. They're the Dark Ages because there was a collapse after Rome. Right. And there was another collapse because of the plagues that happened in Europe, not the Justinian plague, right? But the other plagues, right? And so, but what happened? See, what people don't understand is that we lost a bunch of technology. That absolutely happened, but we also lost access to the classics. That's why they were reintroduced.
And also the powerful can still spin a story, spin a title, accentuate certain aspects, where the common pop cultural understanding of the Dark Ages is like this super Protestant I'm with you.
You're right. It's Protestant propaganda for sure. But the thing is, like, if you don't call it the Dark Ages, you can never properly understand what the Enlightenment is and why it's important. You will always misunderstand the Enlightenment, as many did. Like, I'm not saying that's a cure, but you will misunderstand, because the Enlightenment is literally the light carried by basically the Western canon, right? From ancient Rome and ancient Greece being brought back into the world. That's why the Dark Ages didn't have it, even though it was kind of there, but not really. Like, it wasn't mass distributed. The Protestant problem is that in order to do what they do, for whatever reason, they're flattening the world. And so you don't understand it. Yes, there's a respect among the kings that are battling because they're kings of the same class. This is actually what Plato's book 7 is all about.
Yeah.
Actually, what it's about, not the parable of the cave. I have a video on this. You can watch it. The parable of the cave is actually about different classes interact this way, not this way. The this way interaction is there, but it's very different, and there's no accolades. Like if you condescend, the whole point of Plato's cave, because if you have to read the end of book 7, you can't just take the first 4 pages or whatever Plato's allegory is. You have to take the whole story. But even in the allegory, it says you can't break out of the cave. And if you tried, it would be painful. And you don't try, someone drags you out. And then when you go back, you die. So maybe that's not the good, happy story you think. Maybe it's not the Matrix. Like maybe not, because it's not. But the end, the whole point is you are taking somebody who is a true philosopher, not a sophist. Sophists are the worst people in the world, according to Socrates and Plato. And you're dragging them down you're dragging them down too. It's still a dragging to the bottom of the city, actually, right? And the thing is, they go down there. Now they've been taken away from their pursuit of the good. And Glaucon objects, and he goes, you can't do that. They're pursuing the good. Who gives you the right to do that? And Socrates admonishes him once again, because it's all in the Republic. It's everywhere in the Republic. We're doing this for the city, not for the person. Right. And so we have to take the person away from their personal pursuit of the good in order to make the city better. But here's the kicker. The whole point, right? This is the end of book 7. It's opposed to the allegory of the caves at the very beginning of book 7. Like the first thing. The last thing is to take the philosopher down away from the pursuit of the good. And he goes down and he says, this, and this are wrong and should be improved immediately. And they listen to some of it and do some of those things. And they jeer at him and basically laugh at him. And he gets no accolades for making it better. Because that's how it is.
Yes.
You are supposed to force the mixing of the layers of society. You can't get out of the layer of society you're in.
And it also
clear about this.
Clear
as a bell.
And it also highlights one of the factors I love of Plato is that he's realistic and raw and honestly raw, that sometimes the good doesn't win. Like the bad, the mundane, the trenches is the everyday. It's the good is the majestic, that which should be cherished when it happens upon you.
Right. Right. That's the thing you're grateful for.
Oh, nice, Matthew.
Wow. Well, and it also reminds me too of that he has to be brought into this. It's this fractal. He has to be brought into the distributed cognition, right? He can't just be on this idiosyncratic.
That's right.
Yes, he has to be brought down into the participation of the city, of the group, and then we can get this fractal thing. I mean, that's the magic of Plato. Let's get real. I mean, if you take psychedelics and listen to it or stuff, I mean, it is a symbolic fractal structure that, the parable of the cave is right at it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. The
book's an onion. The book's an onion, right?
Yes,
and it unwraps like an onion. This is what Dr. Lantern Jack had to say about it. He's got some good ancient Greece declassified.
Can you say that name again?
Ancient Greece declassified. You can go on YouTube and look up Dr. Lantern Jack, and it'll come up. He talked to Vervaeke twice. They're the best Vervaeke conversations that Vervaeke has.
All right, maybe I'm just not recognizing his name. That'd be interesting if I haven't seen it. Okay.
So wait, Mark. What was his point about the nobleman who went down to the bottom and so what? I missed what you were saying.
The point. So like in the cave, when you're dragged down, like you spend time out of the cave and you get enlightened or whatever, right? Which is true. Like he says that, right? All this is impossible. He says up front, it's impossible. It can't happen. Hint, it's impossible, right? But he says, if it were possible, here's what would happen. You would go back down and those people would kill you or try to. And so what he's saying later in book 7 is, when and it's again, they have to do this. It's an outside force. It's outside of the city in some sense. He, as creator of city, that might be an important word, drags you down to the bottom. Well, in the cave, it's he, as creator of city or creator of owner of cave, drags you out and up. At the end, he drags you down, right? So you get dragged down, and then you get jeered at for making their lives better. That's actually what happens. He says
it
the whole
also-
time, like you can't expect accolades because you're not going to get them. You can't expect to be lauded for making their lives better because it's not going to happen. And they basically are pissed off. They're like, how dare you tell us to change what we do?
Well, and it also makes me think again, and this is how we got kind of here, is it just emphasizes it smacks you with the textured, layered ontology, not flatland, right? It shows you it's explanatory to how Saladin could see the general across and say, hey, that's another king. If I'm going to win this honorably, that guy needs a horse. Go get him a horse. And so that's where it really just takes my brain to like, man, are we that mysterious? Are we that magical of an entity of this organism that myth could be true? You know, it's like, where does myth?
But the whole idea of fractality is what's being embodied there, right? That's exactly right. I wrote that on my Twitter account. There's an extraordinarily wealthy industrialist who comes to my tiny little island, and I, being a stupid idiot, comment to some of the local people about, I said, well, his boat, like, why does he have that? Everybody else drives these little old wooden boats that are 50 years old with 9 horsepower because like that's all they need. So why would you drive more? And anyway, the industrialist has a classy boat, you know, like everybody drives on the ponds up here in Canada because everybody's a stupid idiot. But so I made a really dumb comment. I said, well, why does he need such a big boat? And they were shocked that I hadn't understood fractality. That obviously an industrialist does not have the same boat or the same horse,
right?
As
well, and he needs
the local
fisherman.
That. No, it really showed me how dumb I am. How I have no idea. I'm living in a flat world. These are fishermen who corrected me.
They're not jealous.
Right.
They're not jealous, and they don't want that boat.
It raises
them up. They don't
want
that. Well, it gives them something to look forward to, and also they see what they're supporting.
It shows them that reality's fractal. It shows
right. And imagine. Look, and I'm a craftsman, and I'm not looking. But imagine the world in the life of a fisherman who sees a flat land. Right. Imagine how despairing that would. The texture, the ideal, the elite. You know, the industrialist shows up with his fancy boat. That colors my life. That colors my day to day.
Right.
Yeah,
it expands your
guess
world.
Guess what? The wealthy industrialist, and you would know the name. Everybody in the world would know the name if I told you. Guess who his best friend is? The fisherman who can't read or write.
Yeah. Of course. Right. He's everybody's best friend.
And I mean a sincere, deep, respectful friendship because they both understand the patterns.
But also he needs that boat, and the fishermen don't need that boat because it's not good for fishing.
Yeah, he does
actually. Like he actually needs the boat. Like no one needs that. No,
he's not going fishing. He's not going fishing, right? He's having people come to his place. He has a different life.
To relax.
Right.
Like people need rest when they're leading. When you're running a company or whatever, you need rest, man. I run a project, I get wiped out. Like running projects sucks for me. It's just too many people. I hate people. People are the worst. You are the worst. People are the worst. And I just get wiped out. I mentally get wiped out because I'm tracking too much stuff. And like Thunder Bay was very difficult for me. I mean, I did fine, but like, man, that was hard. Just so many people. And they're all peopling. The problem is the people that keep peopling. If the people would stop peopling, everything would be fine.
Yeah, I know. Why are people peopling? Like that's the other. People are doing too much peopling. You're right. Write your book about that, Mark. Go. People are doing too much
Stop peopling by Mark Lefevre.
Seriously, Mark, you've got to put that in your book.
People would be fantastic if it wasn't for all that peopling.
Exactly. See, Matthew understands.
They need to be more like, that's the other thing. The people on my island, that we don't know which are the animals and which are the people. And I'm not being derogatory in any sense or silly. It's really hard to tell which are which. And I'm serious in a sense because they're still so linked to the natural world. They're totally linked to the natural world still.
Right. Well, and that's what you should be. I mean, it was interesting, right? Because Peterson talks about this. He says, introverts need to go outside to recharge, right? And I'm just Right. I'm looking out my window at my pond on my 12 acres going, yes, Peterson, that is correct. It's like, yes,
Yeah, but
that is
yeah,
true.
that's one of Dr. McGilchrist's main themes is the importance of nature. And yeah, we
Right,
all need to be in
right.
nature because it teaches you so many lessons inevitably. Yeah, John Vervaeke maybe might, I don't know how much time he spends in nature, for example. Like nature's
Not
important.
enough. Not
Not enough.
enough.
I have to
Not
agree.
enough.
I have to agree. But yeah,
Excellent. I agree. Peopling are the worst. Excellent. Good. See, I knew it wasn't just us, Elizabeth.
great.
Other people
Great.
recognize the peopling as the problem.
It really
Other
is.
people
I told my
recognize it.
friend, I quoted you, Mark. I met the young fellow who's a writer. I told him about you, and what was it that you said once? I don't know what to tell you. People are horrible. He said, "Who said that?" I said, "Mark Lefebvre. You should go on his live stream. Maybe I'll try to convince him next time I go back." His
You
name's
should.
Tommaso, and he's really interesting. He's a really interesting fellow. You'd like him. You'd really like him. He's super interesting, and he's real. He's real. He goes up. Yeah, he can't stand. Oh, he can't stand people even on my island. He has to go way up on the hill. And guess what? They still have these ancient places that they build out of stones. Get this. These are
Really?
arched buildings for the animals. And they built the arches with irregular shaped stones, and nobody knows how to do it anymore. Do you know how
Right.
impossible
They
it
don't
is
know.
to build
They have
an
no idea.
arch? It's
Dark Ages.
impossible to do that, to build an arch with irregular shaped stones. Nobody could do that, but they've
It's
done.
the Dark Ages.
It's the Dark Ages.
We had the Dark Ages. We lost a bunch of technology.
You should see how beautiful these animal houses are. You wouldn't believe when I saw one. He took me into one of these places, the Copagliera, where the animals used to live, and it is so astoundingly beautiful. Like the Florence Cathedral has nothing on it. I'm actually serious.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, look. When my YouTube channel takes off and I have my billions of dollars, the next time you go to Italy, I'll go with you.
Okay.
This
cool.
is right where I kind of wanted to go then. And I don't know if Mark, you do have a breadth of knowledge, but you also don't know everything. So I don't know if you have any comment on this, but I heard someone going into this little vector on, this new revival of Christianity for some sorts, especially Orthodox, and the heritage of these glorious artful masterpiece, generations of love poured into these churches, and that to recreate that it's almost that he didn't even understand the framing of like what I just kind of added. I gave him a little bit of credit there with like understanding the generations of self-sacrifice, because
Right.
it was like he was trying to frame it as we couldn't get that done in a 3-year project today with
That's right. That's right.
Okay, you get where I'm getting. All right.
Yeah.
I don't want to monkey it up anymore. Just do you have any thoughts on that? Like trying to recreate one of those beautiful, profound churches again today.
Right.
The numbers,
Well,
it was astronomically absurd.
Yeah, you can't. Right, you can't do it because we're materializing it, and in material form, it can't happen.
Yeah.
That's exactly where my brain went, Mark. Exactly where you're taking it. Go.
Right,
Go.
and the thing is, a lot of those people who live, especially in Europe, I mean, Europeans in general, like I've got my problems with Europeans for sure, but also like they are so ingrained in history, like it's so part of their axiomatic world assumptions that they don't talk like that because like nobody needs to say those words. Duh. Everything takes time. Everything was generations. Like this is why we're confused in the United States about love, right? Because we don't have care. I think care is a better word. We don't have care built into everything. It's not an axiomatic assumption about all the things of the universe.
Absolutely.
That's so profound there, Mark. That's so profound.
Yeah, write it down. Chapter 10.
And again, I think that's exactly where my brain went, is that this guy was sitting there trying to do the numbers. He was trying to do the logistics.
Yeah.
He was trying to figure out the contractors and here's the puns part of the material list. And I'm just like, buddy, you're not. And here's even the weirder part. I think the conversation was somewhat adjacent to this sphere of the this area, And so it kind of just struck me. I was like, man, you're totally got a misconstrual here, brother. And it's exactly what you said. And then here's where my brain went to is this hyper prior's profound implicit thing is there something about the new world, the innovative American
Yes.
that
Yes.
it disinhibits, it renders us
Absolutely.
incapable of understanding that care times temporality is
Well,
like
we
the
opened
human
we
It's-
opened
yeah.
up the world.
But
And-
I've
and-
said, go.
and when you open up the world, it's harder to look back and to appreciate the past, right? Because now it's the Faustian
don't.
thing, right?
Right. Or the way we do is by stealing the past from Europe.
And we
That's
don't do
basically
it
what we've done.
properly because we've
And that-
lost the context. French
right.
postmodernists are a perfect example. We've
And that's
lost
why the
freaking
postmodernist
context.
trick works. So
Yeah.
I talk about
Because
this
we're
in one of
so
my videos.
stupid and disconnected from Europe. We're so dumb. All you need to do is go to France now and you get it. Even Peterson
Maybe.
needs to go to
Well, I don't
France.
think you would. I think we're untrained. I think we've
Just-
lost the poetic way of informing the world.
No, if you spent a couple of months there, you
poetic
drank a
knowledge.
lot of wine in
Maybe
the
if you
morning with the
maybe if
farmers,
you
you'd
were
be
forced to
fine.
spend a couple months there, maybe.
Poetic
But
participation.
you know what I always said, Matthew, to your point, you know what I always thought? The first time I went over, I was 17. It's the bloody Atlantic Ocean. If nobody understands how vast the Atlantic Ocean is, they don't understand culture. They don't understand North America.
I just looked at it on Google Maps like a night ago. I just did it on Google. I was like, damn, this thing is big. And then I just want to drop one little nugget. This is kind of irrelevant. Mark, you mentioned the Canada. That was me on a stream with you a month ago. We talked about the Canada question of, Vervaeke
Yeah.
Peugeot.
Oh, that's right. That was you. Okay.
That wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I want to
obvious.
catch up. I want to catch up on comments real quick.
I gotta get
John,
to
hello. Apologies for making those allegations. Apology accepted, John. I sleep deprived. Okay. And I noticed a ton of similarities or coincidences, sure. I'm watching a reaction video. I was going to post it tonight, but it needs more work. Okay. I'm sorry. Well, apology accepted, John. I understand that you're struggling, brother. So, and I do thank you for the super chat. That's fantastic.
It takes some, and I have no idea but it takes a man to apologize. So yeah,
it really does. No, John's just struggling. He's a good dude, so it's fine. It's fine. Ray Moran. Hey, Ray. Can we go back to finding a story that aligns the divine feminine in a way that sublimates the current dynamic? Okay.
Wow.
Ray,
I like Ray. You be a fan of Ray.
I probably, Ray, don't take this the wrong way. This is how I am, and Matthew will vouch for me. How about no with the stories? Like, I'm sorry, but like, how about some freaking participation in the world? Like, the participation solves all of this. Then you don't need your stupid books. Burn all the damn books. I'm not kidding. Burn them all. I don't care. Just participate in the world. This is what Elizabeth was talking about. Just go to an island and fish, and the problem will go away. It'll go away.
Here's the thing.
It'll just vanish.
Let me steel man Ray, because I think it's y'all's implicit here. Because what you're saying enact the story. The story will be written, will be enculturated. You're saying we are in this flat famine flood. Like, it's time to go do the legend will be written later.
Well, where you think a story is going to fix a problem, but if this is the issue. Like, I have a video. PVK actually watched this one, although I'm not sure how well he got it. Called Story Narrative Archetype. Watch that video, Ray. Watch that video. Because the problem with story is an implementation. It's a single instance. A single instance is not going to save the world ever of anything. It's not going to work. It's many stories point to narrative patterns.
Yep.
And those narrative patterns make contrast the archetype. And the archetype is what we're striving for. And I have to sit down and do some slides. Maybe I can get Sarah to help me with slides. I have to do slides on this, but like that outline that I just made, that work was the thing we were working on with there's a realm of transformative coupling and all this other stuff that I have to do slides on. That was the work that led us to the knowledge engine model. That is a vast improvement on John's 4 Ps. Vast.
Like, what do you mean about contrast the archetypes? You have to go back and explain that, please. What I was okay until you got to story narrative patterns, and then
can I try my intuition of what you meant?
Yeah, go ahead.
The various narratives that are repeating patterns will kind of triangulate through aka contrast into a symbolic structure that we identify as an archetype. Is that somewhere what you were kind of going for, Mark? Or can you do it a little bit
Yeah,
better than that?
yeah.
Go ahead.
Actually, I wanna try to put it with Peugeot's work, and
Okay.
Oh,
forgive me
good.
if I'm
Go,
sloppy,
because
because
this is super important.
I'm
it
enjoying
is,
this. This is
it
good
is.
stuff, guys.
Yeah,
Like, no,
so
super important.
just
Like, go, Mark. I'm
a,
on the edge
a
of my
little
chair.
leeway, because this is the first time I'm trying this.
Oh my
Of
gosh.
course,
Oh my
of
gosh.
course.
Peugeot talks about the veil. Okay, so
Okay.
what you want to do is not lift the damn veil. Like, that's
Amen.
this is the problem of the quote age of gnosis that I tweet about all the time, is that we're trying to lift the veil all the time, and that's actually a mistake, right? Because
Yep.
you can't take what's underneath the veil. Like, you can't, Matthew, you can't take the depravity of the human condition,
Amen.
right? I can't either, right? Like, you
Right.
can't,
Right.
and so
Yeah.
you shouldn't do that.
Right.
So what happens is the story puts a veil on the narrative so that you can see the narrative in a way. The narrative patterns, those are patterns. The narrative patterns, once you understand more and more of them, and there'll be one or more narrative patterns in every story, most likely, right? Different parts, whatever,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
you've got all these lights down here shining up on this thing up here that's just a bunch of patterns, right?
Yeah.
And so, but they're veiled, which is fine. They're supposed to be veiled, right? That's why I
Right.
don't like Campbell's work, because he's
Right.
trying to rip a veil off and he's doing a poor
Yay!
job of it. He sucks.
Thank
He
you.
doesn't even
Thank you.
understand
Thank
his
you.
own
Thank
work.
you. Thank you.
Terrible.
I can't bear
Terrible human
Campbell.
being.
If anybody mentions his name again, I'm going to die. Go.
Okay, so that then there's more contrast, because two points of contrast is insufficient. Like, you just get wiped out, right?
Yeah.
So there's more contrast. So that contrast shows the archetypes in a veiled fashion.
Yes.
What do you
There's
mean by
more
archetype?
veiled. Huh?
That lands well for me. Go ahead.
Okay.
No,
So-
what do you mean by archetype? Sorry. No, you're not going to just throw that word at me without telling me what you mean.
Well, the archetypes are the ideals of, instead of the patterns, the objects.
What do you
So
mean by ideals?
there's an archetypal hero. There's an
There's no such
archetypal
thing as a hero,
woman.
actually, Mark.
No, there is. There's an archetypal hero, but there isn't one archetypal hero. There's an archetypal woman, but there isn't one archetypal. Right? So you can say, like, the archetypal woman is, a mother and a wife, right? Who embodies, all these things, right? But there's not one female archetype. And so that, right, and that's where we struggle, because we want a single answer. So we're like, well, a hero is Iron Man, and it's like, well, look, there's different ways. There's also the knight in shining armor who helps you with your luggage. That's also a hero, right? But those are both the same archetype, right?
Yeah,
Even though they're doing different things, right? Because they're following different narrative patterns, but they're following them to the same archetype, which is the hero archetype.
Can I
Right?
try?
It's the same with the
I
feminine
think
and the
you're
masculine.
wrong. For one, I don't usually
I
think you're
try?
wrong, but you're wrong about that part, I think. Go.
I think it's a symbolic mode of being. That's what I would say is the archetype. Is you align yourself through, like I said, you enact these stories which reveal, I'll even give you your veil. I like the veil because it also reminds us that this imaginal space, that we don't ever get the one-to-one reality.
Nice.
Reality is always too complex, right?
Yeah.
But so then these narrative patterns now, they will show you and illuminate these modes of beings that you can kind of just aim at, right? And the aiming, you'll never get to the ideal. I'll never get to, I'm a Christian, I'll put my cards on the table. That would be the archetype of archetypes. Let's get meta. And so it's like that's this, I'm trying to embody Christ, right? That's the move. So it's this mode of being that's my attempt at archetype for you, Elizabeth.
Okay,
if you
go.
Let me try this, Elizabeth. So I don't like the term Christianity because I don't think it exists. I'll do cathodoxy. So if you wanted to distill cathodoxy down to 3 archetypes, it would be God the Father, right? Mary the Mother of God, because the Catholics and Orthodox agree on all that, right? And Jesus in the center of the cross. Like, bang, there's 3 archetypes. There's the only 3 that matter, in fact, for cathodoxy, Right, there you go. And how do you do that? Well, through different narratives, different patterns, right? Different patterns instantiate, and you can never reach the archetype because Matthew admitted it. Matthew, see, you admitted it. You're not going to be Jesus. You're going to try though, and that's all that matters.
I don't like the word archetypes. Can't you use a different word? I don't like it because it gets confused with.
Well, hold on. How about
Jungian
this?
stuff.
How about can you go into? How about this? I mean, I don't. Obviously, we can do whatever. Can we explore what's your discomfort there? Can you?
Because it reminds me of Jung, and I just think it's not very well defined. What about? Well, McGilchrist talks about exemplars, and I rather like that term.
Exemplar. Well, yeah, I get it, but McGilchrist is flattening the world too, and that's my problem.
He is in some areas, but in this area, he's not. Exemplars are definitely how it works. But
I like
exemplars. But symbolic exemplars actually embody symbolic modes of being. They do, and he's right about exemplars. That's why everybody reads Don Quixote. Everybody reads Don Quixote.
Okay, it is semantics, Mark. We're definitely doing semantics, but just to, let me humor her because I want to try and
humor me.
Well, not in some kind of patronizing.
Oh, you stepped in it now, Matthew.
Humor me. I'm coming from Italy where I'm dealing with really strong men.
Okay,
and I put them in their place. Let me tell you. I put those men in their place. They've never seen anything like me, Matthew.
I didn't mean humor in a patronizing way. I meant
Mea culpa, Matthew. Quick.
Let's entertain the generative conversation. And before I lose the train of thought, is I want to kind of steel man your point. Is there is a extreme end of the spectrum that Jung has kind of captured himself in with only the down and the within. And I think this is what JP does, and this is why I think we all kind of love JP, and I think it kind of jives with the McGilchrist exemplars. So this is why I was willing to concede that semantic kind of wonkiness is that JP kind of he takes the archetypes, the exemplars, and says no, these aren't just these coalescence of symbolic narrative patterns that then you get this distillation into this. It's also this participatory embodied thing. It's out and up as well. It's down and in and out and up. And so there is, I would give you that.
It's intimacy. It's intimacy. Exemplars are about an intimate relationship. That's why they work.
Right.
Because you can have an intimate relationship. That's what you do. That I'm an exemplar, for example. I'm an exemplar of the feminine. I really am. Sorry, but I am.
Yeah.
And so, you either get it or you don't get it. And
at some point, it's semantics. That's the issue. And it's fine. It follows exactly the same pattern where again, you're down here. There's a pattern, right? It's a way of enacting, and the thing you're enacting is the thing at the top. You can call it exemplar if you want. It really doesn't matter. You can call it archetype. It doesn't make any difference, right? And then that's actually important. But the reason why we can't do that is the loss of the poetic way of informing the world.
Yeah.
And that's where the intimacy crisis comes in. Is when you lose the way of poetically informing the world, you can't have intimacy, and so you can't participate in meaning, because the meaning is a participatory thing. I did want to catch up on comments real quick. So let's see. A line for the current dynamic is it's hard to learn to fish making minimum wage. No, it's not. Don't make minimum wage. Just go fish. Like, just give up everything and go fish. These people are really wealthy because the fish don't cost anything, and they cook them, and a meal costs $70. So it's just have to get some fish. You're trapping yourself in. Ray, you're trapping yourself in a frame that you don't need to be trapped. You don't need to play that game. Right. You can literally just abandon everything and go fish. It would work.
Just need a hook.
People do it all the time. That's the funny part. Yeah. People do this all the time. All the time. Right. Oh, and he says, thanks for this deal, man. Oh, here's Sally. All right, Sally. Regarding archetypes, even one person isn't one archetype. Well, or isn't trying to be, maybe. If they're both worth a damn, a woman hopefully is 3 over her life. Well, there's different phases and cycles. I don't want to get into that whole thing.
But Matthew, your point is well taken. Keep going. Sorry. I mean,
let me just finish this
point.
Ray, thinky talky. Yeah, well, I try to get people out of that, Ray. Now Matthew dies. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
really,
we're all
you really
Jordan Peterson.
stepped in it.
We're all Jordan Peterson fans here, and I was not careful with my words.
You were not careful with your words about the poetry make. Ray, check out my video on navigating patterns, the knowledge engine model. And then that'll all make perfect sense to you. And if it doesn't, write a comment and tell me what doesn't make sense, or jump on my Discord server and I'll Mark of Wisdom Discord server and I'll work it out. Because if that's not clear, and it might not be, like, we worked for years on that. Like, if that's not clear, I need to be able to know that so I can make it clear, because that's super important.
Ray's an impressive. He's an impressive mind. I'm glad you guys are connecting here.
The markofwisdom.org website has the knowledge engine model right on the top of it, so you can see the slide. But the video will help because it goes through some. And if you want to know more about it, my first talk with PVK, the first half of it is just boring stuff about me, but the second hour is the first revision. We changed some of the words. It's all none of the work changed, just the words. And then I think there's one other talk I've done on that, but I can't remember off the top of my head where it is. One of these days I'll get all the indexes and stuff up on the markofwisdom.org website. But yeah, we have all this work. It's all ready and available. And if we hadn't been demonized by snakes, probably more people would engage and help us.
Mark, your basic thesis though is that in fact the what lies behind the veil is, so you could say, holy, that we would vaporize if we could see it, right? We wouldn't be able to.
That's a very Catholic perspective. All I'm saying, in a very secular way, is that there are things that you can't handle. We would call them forbidden knowledge. Forbidden knowledge is actually a big theme in the Republic, by the way. And that's the problem. That's what you need the veil to protect you from the forbidden knowledge.
I love that, Mark. You're becoming like this ambiguous spiritual figure. Like, I have no idea your religion, and I also kind of really want to know, but also like kind of just want you to keep it a secret from me or something.
It's the basic.
But hey, it is also a mark of intellectual robustness and rigor, because you're not showing any, you have not and we've interacted a good bit. You have not revealed your slant, if you will.
He doesn't have a slant. He doesn't really have a slant. He's just being a human being. That's the point.
Right. That's the trick.
There's no freaking slants, man.
Hey, I wanted to at risk of taking us a little bit of a step back, and I understand you had a quibble with the aim and telos, but maybe we can kind of reword it and rework it to try and get a good question out of it. He's to Ray's point on trying to kind of reactivate this feminine, right? We have the women in this, like maybe we can. I don't know if there's a question there. If you want to rip, yeah, go ahead.
Let me rip on it, but first let me just.
Of course.
Ray would love to have you check out the work and comment on it if you can. If you can't, I understand, but like we love feedback. Also, you're not an opponent processor. We don't do that here. This is what's destroying the world, dude. You want lots of intimacy? It's opponent processing. We do cooperative processing because we're good people. We like to cooperate with one another. But you're always welcome in either case, as long as you don't use the term opponent processing, because I'll just yell at you until you stop. Also, Bruce makes a very good point. Mark, a human. It's still up in the air, Bruce. You've met me, it's who knows? I might not be. Mostly, have you considered that I'm a Muppet? And that's maybe that's the resolution there. All right, Matthew, to address your question, now that we're over all that silliness, to address your question, look, I think again, like if Jonathan Peugeot is correct, and I'm just like, I'll tip my hand. He's absolutely correct. The world is attention.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Go ahead.
The world is attention, right? Relevance realization is the important question. Like Vervaeke says it, right? Vervaeke's correct. If relevance realization is about attention, then he's correct. I think it is, right? So what that means is that what we point at, what we're aiming at matters, right? Where we aim matters. Okay. So when as a society we aim at individualism, we're screwed because it forces opponent processing. Because if you're an individual, you're in opposition to everybody around you. You have to be. There's no other way to be. But
And
you can just
yourself.
not
You're
do that.
against yourself. You're against
Exactly.
yourself, for
By
heaven's sake.
definition, this is why the Neoplatonists get caught. Also, Matthew, I just had this ridiculous insight the other day. Actually, I think it was 2 days ago. The problem with Neoplatonism is they've got the one and the many. They don't have the unity.
Mm.
Right. So, you've denied all Platonic thought automatically because Plato buys into Pythagoras and the triangles, right? So the question is, right, to go back to your question, how do we fix this? Okay, because so first, why do we need to fix this? So I'm going to do some trickery here. It's going to be fun, right? The reason why we need to fix this is because the world needs you to be better. Okay, that's why we need to fix this, right? Right. And then how do we fix it? This is how we fix it. I'm not joking. This is how we fix it. You have to understand this picture that Sally Joe did for us. It was a collaborative effort. It took way too long.
I love that.
Right?
It's brilliant.
The pointing
It's brilliant.
matters. The pointing matters. The man built the thing to make the woman the same height as him. That's where the equality comes from. The man lifts up the woman through his creation.
Wow,
The woman
that
is
is
pointing at a
so
star that
beautiful,
he can't
Sally.
see. She doesn't see. She doesn't see what he's pointing at. He doesn't see what she's pointing at, but they're joined. Their hands are
Yep.
joined.
Yep.
There's so much
There it
more
is.
symbolism in here. I'm not going to go into all of it, but this is something that you can actually contemplate. I'm not
I
going to
love
claim you
that.
can contemplate it like
It's
a
brilliant.
Renoir
It's
or
beyond
anything
brilliant.
crazy, but also there's a lot going on in that picture. And once we pay attention to what we're pointing to, right? And we pay attention to costs, which was the point of this whole live stream, right? Then we can begin to shift the conversation, right? In general, and that will cause more people to pay attention to different things, right? And I think if you look at what Peterson has done, I have a couple videos on Peterson and what he's done, and you really need to understand that because nobody knows. I'm convinced, actually, I'm way ahead on this. Nobody really understands what he's done, right? But once you understand the secular language and how he's introduced it, and that he's not some crazy evangelical reincarnation of Billy Graham or whatever PVK thinks. Like once you understand the secular language is important because that's all they have.
Yep,
and once you understand that their assumptions, like everyone goes like, I don't understand why Vervaeke hasn't flipped over to Christianity or Peterson for that matter. And it's like, I understand it perfectly well. If you don't understand it, I'm sorry, but you're missing obvious, clear stuff. It's very clear why. And so that you need to do an exploration of why that's true. And I think I don't have a graphic for this, but I hope to someday. I think part of the problem is that the Catholics and even some of the Protestant crazy people, not the Reformed, they're all awesome. Bruce can tell you. They do not understand that Peterson and Vervaeke are way down at the bottom of a staircase. Maybe Peterson's a few stairs up, and they see him as one step away. And so they keep trying to add the one step, and they're always wrong about what the one step is. And he's never gone up a step at all, right? You see him getting closer, but he's not getting any closer. He's actually not, because the concepts required to understand the points are not there, but he's using the words. The best example of this is emanation. He'll say the word emanation. He'll spend 20 minutes talking about emergence. He does it pretty reliably. He did have a definition of emanation that was absolutely terrible once, but
I would love to riff on that, on what I think is emanation. And then what I would also say is that just to, all that landed, and I agree with most. Here's where I would try and maybe see if there's some, here's my intuition is there a, are they present? I'll just be blunt. Are they presenting a public persona with it? In their whatever is their more deeper inner thoughts? Are they recognizing that, hey, we lack we lack the rigorous concepts that we are so used to. We lack I'll be technical. We lack the ontology to make the jump. That I recognize that the cathodoxy is actually a staircase above me, though they're confused.
They don't recognize that, Matthew. They don't see the vertical cause.
Okay.
They talk about vertical cause. They don't see it.
Okay.
Right.
I agree.
No.
I agree. I don't
Right.
think either.
I think it's Landon,
They don't see. But let me segue real quick to comments, and then I'll get right back to what you're saying, because I do need some processing time. And yes, I can do both.
for sure.
Oddly, Ixnod. Mark could be one of the lizard people. I could. True story, bro. See my conspiracy videos. You might learn something. Ray, cooperative processing. I like it. Good. We like that you like it. That's good. Cooperative process with us. No more of this opponent stuff. We're not your opponent, dude. We're here to help. It's like I'm here to help. I'm not going to opponent you.
It's actually past cooperative processing. There's no way it has to be intimate processing. There's no way it can just be cooperative. It has to be intimate.
Cooperation requires it's some type of intimacy for sure. Sally Joe, he is sensitive to cold. I became sensitive to cold, Sally, to be fair. Lizard
should live in Canada. God help us. That's why we're all so upset up here. It's because it's so freaking cold.
I don't even want to go to Canada because it's cold.
Canada's awful. I tell everybody, don't come to Canada, whatever you do.
All right, let's get back to Matthew's question. So, Matthew, I think let me just. I don't want to speak poorly of my good friend John, because I still love John, right? Or Peterson, because who am I to criticize the great man? Because for real, right? Let's go with Sam Harris, because I don't like Sam Harris one little bit anyway. Guys like Sam Harris do not understand a fundamental thing, right? Which is there's a creation that they were born into.
Right.
And when you do not understand that conceptually, I'm not talking about language, screw language. Language is an illusion, right? It's largely an illusion. Anybody can use a word that they don't understand. It's not that hard. Right, I can just blurt out a word that I have no definition for, although I couldn't do it off the top of my head because I don't know that word. Right, but like anybody can blurt out Rumpelstiltskin, and then you can think they mean Rumpelstiltskin, and actually they've never heard the story. Right. Like that happens all the time with people, and so the way you understand whether or not they understand a concept is by listening closely to what they say and what they pay attention to, and how they focus. Again, Vervaeke will never talk about emanation for as long as he'll talk about emergence.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an easier one too. Like I want to, because that is what I was gonna. Glad you jogged my memory. That is where I was gonna see if you'd let me riff for just a hair to see if I can kind of chew on and see what you think on my. I mean, who the hell am I? But I've thought about emanation. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So where I'm trying to understand it as. It's the all the bottom up comes from this the creatio ex nihilo, this pinhead or smaller than a pinhead that explodes at the big bang into all that is, and then these random particles and processes and chemicals and molecules and everything rises up. Okay, the emanation is this inverted, or the obverse, I like the word, the obverse take on that. It's the way I understood it is the fractal of will. If we're gonna let's put the Christian hat on, right, or the Catholic hat of God, right? It's the will, the unmoved mover to will that first instance, that creatio ex nihilo, that entity that becomes creation, and so that is cognized as this emanating force that started everything, right? And that and that comes down, and then where that fits in and how we kind of can understand and participate in that is the Christian attunement of our wills with providence, right? Is that, am I doing the right thing? Is my will attuned with God's will? And God bless if you ever get that moment. That's edge of my cognition stuff. That's how I go ahead.
No, that's fine, Matthew. So the word I was looking for was starting, right? Because there is a starting.
I gave you that one, I thought. I think.
No, you did. No, I bet I was, I was like, is he going to say it or not? Is he going to say it or not? Is he going to say it? Right? Because, and here's the key. Here's why they don't understand creation or have the conception of creation. Because if it comes first, if it's the starting point, if it comes first, it has primacy. Right? And that means hierarchy automatically. Automatically. There's some force, idea, concept, whatever. Don't even care. Formula,
thing.
irrelevant, right? That would always be God, always. Whatever else you call it, right? That came first, right? And everything came after and is below. And then the thing that came first is constantly, we'll say, messaging down towards you and everything else. That's the emanation.
I like that. That lands.
Right. And then because that's happening, after that happens, it has to be after. Subordinate to that emanation is emergence.
Yes. Okay.
And
okay.
that solves the problem. So the difference
And John
is
wants it simultaneous.
he wants it simultaneous. He wants reciprocal.
But see,
right?
I think, but here's the thing: is I think if you take it all the way to the rigorous philosophy, and I'm going to bring in Platonism, whatever I know it's your channel. If I'm going to bring in the Platonism, you're getting into the deep theological philosophy of the first instantiation of the one and the one turning on itself and relationality relating to it and relating
right,
to
but you
how
don't have to. Right, but you don't have to because if you use a bad
what I'm saying
framework,
is because there's kind of, I guess this seems like a cop out, but there's kind of a both and there, because there is like you said, that sequent, and I hate this, but I have to surrender, that sequentialism that you described.
That's right.
But what the argument that the Platonists would say is at that level of abstraction with the one, time and sequence is blurred to what our understanding is.
Right. That's what they would say, but they're wrong. And the way that you know they're wrong is because they only have two things, which makes them this is the irony of John Vervaeke. So I'm not a dualist.
No,
I'm a Platonist. That's it's a dualism. It's explicitly a dualism.
Brother, there's plenty of Trinitarian Christian Neoplatonists, brother. Come on now. Now you could say that
Matthew, that's not true. That's
connects to matter.
Watch the Dr. Lantern Jack stuff.
You're talking to a Christian Neoplatonist, brother.
Look. There's no such thing as Neoplatonism. It doesn't even exist as a concept. It never happened. Plato doesn't believe in two things. The Neoplatonism is always one and many. That's two things. That's a dualism.
I'm a Trinitarian, and I
understand. Then you can't be a Neoplatonist because Neoplatonists are dualists. They are all dualists. They have to be. That's why I said if you just don't use the binary framework. I have a video on binary thinking.
Are you missing the tripartite? I'm misunderstanding.
No, I'm telling you can't have both. You can either have a dualism or the Trinity. You can't exist in both. You have to pick one.
I understand that.
Well, then if you're not a dualist, you can't be a Neoplatonist.
My understanding is that the Platonists wrestle with the duality of the one and the many through a tripartite, through love. No,
they don't. They don't wrestle with anything because none of that ever happened. No, none of that ever happened. None of it. There's no paperwork anywhere. There's not a book. There's not a line of thought. It doesn't exist. It actually, I looked into this. It actually doesn't exist. John will go Plotinus. Plotinus denies parts of the form.
Porphyry, Iamblichus. Yeah,
they deny Plato. They deny the forms. They don't even have a third thing.
I'm not into hashing out whether you believe in Platonism, Neoplatonism, or trying to refute my understanding of Christian Platonism. That's not a conversation that I'm
but again, all I'm saying is there are good frameworks and bad frameworks, and Neoplatonism is not a framework, and it's not good. It can't lead you to anything, and it doesn't lead to Christianity. What Lantern Jack told me was he said the following. This is years ago.
I'm going to go watch this video tomorrow. Watching this video tomorrow morning.
Watch both the videos with him. I set up the first one, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. What he told me was, who cares? They got wiped out by Christianity. There was never a sect of Neoplatonism. There were a bunch of groups, none of whom agreed on anything, basically, except maybe Plato. But then in the videos, every time John says Neoplatonism, Jack goes, and he's a PhD in ancient philology. He doesn't like being called a philosopher. That's how based he is. He's about the most based person who knows anything about philosophy I've ever met. Right? He doesn't like the term. He hates modern philosophers. He's actually visited a good number of the colleges and universities and talked to the heads of the philosophy departments, and he's a little upset about the answers he got. Right? But he actually calls John out every time and says, no, that's Plato, dude. Every time. Because there is nothing you can identify that is Neoplatonic.
I'm fine calling myself a Platonist. I'm fine calling myself a Christian Platonist.
You can be a Platonist, and if you actually understand Plato, he's not a dualist. And as long as you don't do the one in many, you can do one in many in unity. That fixes it. Problem solved.
I'm with you on that. I say one in many in
solved.
love as a Christian, but I'm with you on that. Yeah, I don't want to get into like I said.
No, let's not get into the weeds. Bruce, you must have something to say, my friend.
Whether there's Neoplatonism or Middle.
I mean, I'm trying my best not to derail all this. Is going to get wild. I mean,
derail away. Go
the
ahead.
first question I would have is why identify with Neoplatonism as a Trinitarian Christian? I am a Trinitarian Christian.
Yeah.
So the identification to me is kind of interesting. I'm not really sure what the need for such a thing would be, considering the Trinitarian position fulfills all needs. So that's a strange one to me. And then B would be, what creates unity among diversity?
Right.
Love.
Well, how do you define that?
Right. That's the problem. That's the Vervaeke problem. Vervaeke points out that problem, Matthew. Come on.
Love is the pure relationality that is relating to how it relates. But what I would say is here's
a tautology.
It's a tension. Love is the tension.
It's a tautology and a self-reference. So
love is care. I like that. I like the Heideggerian care. But here, to answer your question, Bruce, here's how it's just my my journey that got me here. I was into more Zen Buddhist stuff that brought me into a line with and a lot of this was reading actually political philosophy that spilled over into just a more broader love of philosophy in general and the application. And then a big disclaimer, big John Vervaeke nerd. So a lot of that stuff with Pierre Hadot, synthesizing philosophy and the spiritual life, and so ran right into a more Neoplatonic framework. But then I was able to take the Pageauian stance. I think Pageau is as Zen as you can get, but the total phenomenological embodiment of, hey, I'm a Catholic Italian American. I can do all the cognizing without any cognitive dissonance on understanding the metaphorical nature of how we relate to the world, and that if I'm going to relate to the world in the most supreme, most sacred way, relating to another human as the sacred is completely understandable to me. And so I just participated in my heritage in my community. And so I just never dropped the Neoplatonism marker, and I participate in my Catholic Trinitarian heritage. That's how I got there.
Yeah, the way it sounds to me is that you've found, it seems as though you've maintained Neoplatonic position or Platonic position and used Christianity as a plug. As opposed to standing boldly on the truth of Christianity without the need for other categories. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would point to that is I would just say that I've found plenty of in the Christian story and heritage, I've found plenty of fellowship and wisdom and different writers who also identified as that. But I understand what you're saying is that you feel like it's kind of hedging my bets or something.
In some sense. I mean, there's a sense in which borrowing the language in the first place is not really needed, right? Like you can just assert it.
I'd probably even in heresy further with you and say too is I don't even drop many times. I don't even drop the Zen marker. I still call myself a Christian Zen Neoplatonist because again, just addressing my journey and the fact that on my journey, Christ never, all good is God's good from Justin Martyr. It's I have a pinch of perennialism in a Dugan sense, in a you know this Pageauian phenomenological stance that I take seriously. Is like, I'm a Christian. I'm not worried about the ancient Ming dynasty, and blah blah blah. And so there's a kind of just a nod and an appreciation of this is the spiritual journey that I came with and identified with, and there hasn't been any. Mark can make his attempt, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not unconvinced at this point. And I'll even give you the temporality of the neo and the mid. Like, yeah, for sure, there can be semantics on it's just Platonism. Okay, that's fine.
But
fine. I'll surrender that. But I will say that I haven't ever found a cold hard philosophical refutation that broke and made me rethink this philosophical journey that I've been incorporating, adopting, and learning about through these past 6-7 years
Matthew,
now.
So Matthew, let me try this. Okay, I think what Bruce is objecting to is identification with the path or the journey, which is very Zen, by the way, right? Or maybe an over-identification and saying, look, you got to Christianity, no one cares how. Congratulations. I think like drop all this other stuff because who cares? It's all is what it is. And what I would say is that what I would say is
it's referential. Okay, go ahead.
No, but it's not. It's not. It's
if you know anything about Zen, it absolutely does, because the nomenclature and the dogma is absolutely arbitrary and referential. It becomes, are you following the way of Christ, which is what the original nomenclature of the followers of Christ was.
That's a very Western casting of Eastern thought. Eastern thought's not like that at all. But again, the problem is over-identification on the journey, right? And the thing is, like, you are where you are now, and you can identify how you identify now. And the bottom line is that the end of the Republic, I haven't done this video yet. I keep teasing it. I just got to sit down and do it. It's just a lot of work. The end of the Republic, the end of Book 10. Okay, Book 10 starts out with all this stuff about how, that basically poets are bad. Right, poetry's bad. He starts. A lot of the Republic is like this, and then he starts to redeem poetry, right? And he redeems Homer to some degree. And the very end of the book, the last thing in Book 10 of the Republic, there's double quotes, and there's double quotes at the end. There's no commentary at the end of the book after a story, and the story that Plato tells in the Republic, which nobody mentions. Why? I don't know, because it's like actually the most important part of the text entirely. The story is the story of a freaking resurrection. That's the story. And so if you want to say the continuation of the philosophical Platonic tradition is obviously Christian because it gets embodied in Christ, the story that he tells, then you could say that. That's all you need to say. But that means you were never a Platonist, because Plato was a believer in Christ. That's that's how Karen Wong described it to me years ago.
I love that construal, and it landed for me. And then I'm gonna go to bed here. But the last thing I just want to say is it is for me a little bit referential there, because the way you got to understand the whole identification accusation you said there. You're totally antithetical to Zen in all of its affordances and modes of being.
Well, I would say part of it
is to realize that at the end of the day, it's being. It's embodying Christ. I don't.
Right, but again, that's what you're doing, Matthew. You're identifying with the journey. You're identifying with the journey. That's the.
I'm absolutely not. I'm trying to explain that. That's what I was trying to explain.
You just said you call yourself a Neoplatonic Trinitarian because you want to honor the journey.
And I'm trying to further the thought. Is at the end of the day, those doctrines. I have the book on my shelf, Zen Christian. At the end of the day, those doctrines and those dogmas and those identifiers and categories all can still be stripped away and interrogated. And so it's more useful as a tool of a communicator of my journey than it is as a self-identifier of these are that's all I'm trying to say.
Right, but you don't need that. You can just use the self-identification.
Or try or
The
say
journey's
yes, I'm a Christian.
irrelevant.
Well,
The
I
Or
would
say
say
I'm a
that. I
journey's
mean,
Christian,
personal.
yeah,
and
yeah.
here's how I got here, some kind of thing like that. Anyways, all right, guys, I gotta crash out. Love y'all. Love you, Mark.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Matthew. Good to see you. I did, Bruce. Before you go on, I just want to address a couple of quick things. Now, we love him because he first loved us. Understanding love comes from God as an emanation. There you go. That is correct. Michelle, thank you, sir. Appreciate the super sticker. That's awesome. You're the best.
It's
Yeah,
it's frustrating to me because there's, as far as I'm concerned, Zen as such, it's too relative. It's a relativistic way by which to describe something.
The Western Buddhist tradition is, but again, there's a dichotomy in what he was saying. He's saying I'm not over identifying with the journey, but he's saying it's important for me to identify with my journey. And I'm like, well, you can't have both. Like, why are you identifying with your journey? I don't understand why you identify with your journey.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there, in some sense, people like to use their story as testimonial, but there's no need to keep the old self on.
Well,
right? You put on the new self.
And identifying yourself as a Neoplatonist or a Platonist is not a story. It's a statement of a label that means very different things to different people.
I mean, I suppose in some sense, if you were trying to reach across the aisle to people that were in that dialectic, who didn't have categories, language, or otherwise to understand Trinitarian doctrine, then I suppose it could be a language to use, but
maybe
that doesn't seem to be.
Well,
to
I wouldn't broadcast on that on the internet. I would pick and choose who I told that to. And I think there's a danger because A, the Vervaeke camp is very small, and B, they're not very well read, and C, most of them don't understand Vervaeke. I'm sorry, but like they don't. Like I actually kind of do. And you know, we were on the Vervaeke Discord server for a long time working this stuff out. We did years of work understanding Vervaeke. So I'm going to make a claim here for sure that I understand Vervaeke a lot better than most people. And that's the problem, is that most of the people that are familiar with his work do not actually understand it very well at all. And fair enough, it's extremely hard. It's not a knock on anybody, man. Like you really have to pay attention. You have to take notes. We have notes, by the way, like if you want them, right? We're happy to discuss Vervaeke on the Mark of Wisdom server since we're no longer on the apt-mc server, right? The problem with going out there and saying like, oh, this is my journey, is that you're implying that somebody else can take that journey too, and that you have a solution for them. And the AA people do this. They go, oh, what we need is AA because AA is a gateway to Christianity. And it's like, well, no, AA is a compression of Christianity. I'm not saying it's useless or you shouldn't try or whatever, but like it's the wrong direction, guys. Like actually,
well, as far as I would say, like I was saying to Matthew, in love and respect, gentleness and kindness, to me, it seems like a plug, like you found, and this is what AA does. Right. It's a Christian plug. And I don't think that embodies the trueness of dying to self, putting on the new self, and wearing the badge of Trinity of Christian.
Where's the work? Exactly.
Yeah.
And the work is always hard because like
it's very hard.
People don't see the work.
And I mean, and people don't like mere assertion where you would say, no, I believe in the triune God, the God who rose from the dead and who creates unity among diversity. But that's an assertion. And I don't think people are maybe accepting of that.
They're trying to solve the atheist quote problem, which isn't a problem, of dogma. And it's like, that's not a problem. You just misunderstood what was going on. And Sally Joe shared a video actually today that I did listen to. Sally, thank you. But like, it's the same thing. Like you've cast this problem that doesn't have to exist, and then like misunderstood the world. And like, fair enough, maybe there's always usefulness in these things. And we do have to catch up on Matthew's stuff. So he said, precisely, it's a tool of communication. Yeah, maybe. To dig down into identity is futile. It's ephemeral. Yeah, but it's not ephemeral. It's a story, and stories matter, right? And better to communicate well. Yeah, but when you say things that don't match, like Neoplatonism, because it's an inherent contradiction, doesn't exist. You're pointing at something that doesn't exist, and so people look at that and they project into it whatever they want. And yeah, Sally Joe's right. A category does not give you influence. That's the problem. In science, it does. In reality, it really kind of doesn't. And in Matthew, it's all metaphor. Well, dogmatic about metaphor helps me not. Yeah, metaphors are anti-dogmatic. And that's the problem, is that we get stuck not wanting or not having a place, to be fair to Sally, to tell our story, right? When we're not where people want us to be, right? Because if you want the perfection of the world, or you want everybody to be saved or whatever, you can't tell a story about how you're not there yet, because people don't want to hear it, right? But you also have to tell your story, right? You have to tell people, no, I was homeless. You have to tell people that, right? So that they know, I went to jail, whatever it is. Like, you have to tell people that. And you can't just tell them, like, I went to jail or I was homeless. You gotta tell the story of it. You can't just identify as homeless person. That's not an identity. It doesn't help people. They will project into it whatever they want, and then they will come to very different conclusions about what happened to you. And that's not good for them, and it's not good for you. And that's what's happened to my, quote, reputation, right, within the, quote, TLC garbage thing, which is not a thing, by the way, right? This is why you need the Peterson sphere, because the Peterson sphere centers around something important, right, and allows enough leeway for you to be in it without having to conform to it, right, which is super important. And you're not supposed to do that with a religion. You're supposed to conform to it, period. Because it's bigger than you, it's outlasted you, and so you should submit to it, right? And in many ways, people will go, I don't have a religion. And I say, if you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. Why? Because the thing you conform to, because you have to conform to something, is your religion. You just don't realize it. That's dangerous. You should know what you're worshiping. You should know what liturgy you're acting out, because you are. You don't have a choice. You're too stupid to develop all this stuff on your own. It's taken thousands of years for humans to figure this out. You're not figuring it out anytime soon, kid. Not you and your 5 smartest friends or the 10 smartest people in the world. It's never happening. Never happening. Thousands of years of cognition
Mark,
wins.
it's just dangerous. I mean, it's dangerous even if you're looking towards the patterns of reality and what is true. It's dangerous even then. Like, it's like, this is not a joke. You're absolutely right. Like, you can hardly survive. I mean, read the Gospels, read the Bible. It's clear. They
crucified the ark, you die. Like, it's
like, this is a scary world. Why are we pretending like it's some nice world and we can talk about, and they are false categories? There's no space for that in reality. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
There's no space for it. Like, no, but reality, that's the justice of God.
And what do you get when you try to act like the world is arbitrary or relative or whatever? You get
death and hell.
You get an endless number or a flood of religious practices and religions. Basically, many religions.
And then we all get to inherit that world, and here we are right now. And isn't it just jolly great? It's not.
We get to live in hell. Yeah, we get to live in hell. That's to some extent imposed on us by people who refuse to just go along with the thing. Look, if distributed cognition is real, and John Vervaeke is right about that, I know it's not his original work, whatever, right? Then the Bible is the smartest book ever written. So maybe you can't understand the smartest book ever written because you're not the smartest man ever to live. And even if you were, you probably can't understand the smartest book ever written because it wasn't written by one person. It was written by distributed cognition through time. And then maybe that means you should just read it and believe it and do what it says. Like, maybe that's the answer. Like, it's not that hard, right? And maybe you need, sorry, Bruce, symbolism and icons and saints because they're exemplars. To give Elizabeth her language, right? To allow you to operate in this world and contextualize that text, because you need to contextualize the text. You can't just read a text. That's ridiculous. That's postmodern. They're wrong about everything. Don't worry, they're bad people. That's why they're wrong about everything, right? Then if you had all that, if you were Catholics, because I still like the Orthodox, and they've got some things the Catholics definitely are screwing up. Then maybe everything will be fine. right? But you'd have to submit to do that, and you'd have to put in the work, to Bruce's excellent point, and that would suck.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And if it
but it's
doesn't
not
suck, you're
doable.
doing it wrong. Like, it's that
Yeah, but it
simple.
doesn't just suck. It's not doable. It's an illusion. It's illusory. It's
right.
not how reality works. That's what
You're
I think
yeah,
that's
you're
what
not
it's
gonna
all about.
you're not gonna get away with not submitting to something. And
Mhm.
so you have to submit to something. You're just
Yeah.
not smart enough to invent
And you're going to
systems
embody
take care of the
it.
world.
My
Like that,
favorite
you're going to embody
aphorism.
it. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. My favorite aphorism is, it's not whether but which.
Yeah.
And that's the case. It's not whether you worship, it's what do you worship, or which do you worship.
Right.
And that's the case. So you
Yeah.
you submit to yourself, the world, Neoplatonism, or you submit to Christ.
Or the exemplar of the individual, whatever the hell that's supposed to represent, which you don't know, by the way, because no one's ever told you, because no one has an answer. Right. And if you submit to those things, bad things happen to everybody else, not necessarily. The costs are distributed. So sometimes, right, the cost of the activist screaming in the middle of the street in a city doesn't go to the activist. And that's our failing. Like, we need to tell these people to get bent. And like I keep explaining to people, no, really, just stand up to them and tell them no, and they'll just scream and cry and go home. They won't get
Right,
violent
exactly.
because they're weak. They're weak,
That's
and they know they're
exactly
weak.
right. You're exactly right, Mark. That's all anybody needs to do. I don't understand why people don't know this simple truth, that all of these people are so weak. My father had that experience at the University of Toronto. There were all these people young hippies trying to take over the university, and he simply got all of his engineering students together, and I don't know what they did, but the wimpy little hippies left after saying that they were going to take over.
Yeah, that's right. That's why it's so important.
They're weak. People need to say, excuse me, go home now and have your dinner. Like, I mean, it's kind of like what a school teacher would tell a child who's at It's not a big deal. Right. We don't need to make a big deal about it.
That's exactly why I'm not a fan of borrowing the language.
You're right. It's too dangerous.
You don't yield the ground that way. You don't accept the categories implicitly or explicitly. Right. And you stand boldly on that. And unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, I should say providentially, you may be persecuted for such. But that's fair, right? If you're going against the grain. But if you start borrowing things like Platonic form, Zen, love as such in some humanistic form, now you're yielding the ground, and you've decided to get into their worldview and ride along, as opposed to crashing the car, right?
Right.
So that's what you want to do, and that's what do you say? Christians are for lions, right? So like, you're going to do that.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest issue with the sort of philosophical borrowing of categories like the other person was doing. You need to assert the truth, and don't borrow the language.
Well, and you can do that if you live in a different world than we find ourselves in today, where there's some consensus of everything, but the world is so confused right now that we don't even know what we're talking about. Even Peterson, we don't know what we're talking about anymore. And so it's so incredibly dangerous to not being extraordinarily careful, because everything's chaotic, like beyond what most people think, in my humble opinion. This world nowadays is way more dangerous and chaotic than most people realize, unless you've been fortunate enough to experience the violence.
No, that's true. That's true.
Violent world, and we are one step away from untold bloodshed and violence. If people don't know that, they've got.
And if you look at the numbers, it's in the numbers. If you actually are a materialist, go look at the freaking numbers. They've been bad for a long time. We broke the world with the fake news virus scam, and now we're suffering for it. And that's accelerating. It's not getting better. And Peterson says this: don't borrow the language of your enemies. Right? Don't use the language of your enemies. Yeah, absolutely not. And the thing is, people ask me, I said, look, I stand up to these people all the time. And you know what happens to me? Nothing. They run away. Run away. And like, you can say, oh, you're mean. I don't care. Like they need to run away. They need to go
Well-
away. They need to rethink their lives because they're children and we haven't formed them. And that's on us.
Exactly.
We need to
I
form
agree.
them. Formation is the missing piece. No one's
Yeah.
talking about formation. Formation is what we haven't been doing to children. And so they have not grown up. I do not care what their age is. I do not care what you think their experience is. I do not care what you think they've been through in their lives. I just don't care. That's not relevant. They're not formed. Because
I
if they were
agree with
formed,
you.
they would be polite.
Yes.
They would know how to
Yes.
handle situations of conflict, and they would not scream at the sky. Okay,
Right.
because formed people don't act like 3-year-olds all the time, and these people do, and that is the problem. They and you can say they were mature once. They have become immature over time. I know people. Some of the people, who were very good friends of mine, who were very good at so-called critical thinking. I would just call it thinking, who are very good, who trained me in some of the rhetoric that I understand and logic and reason and rationality, are no longer like that. They have lost those skills. I am sorry. It is very sad. It actually makes me kind of tear up because they were very smart. They're still very smart people, but they're possessed. Right? They're doing weird things. Their logic, reason, rationality is not helping them at all. In fact, it's making everything worse. Right? And they weren't like that before. And you need to recognize this idea of constant progress towards some ridiculous utopia that doesn't exist is not the world we live in. We can slip back in an instant. That happens to people all the time. And you need to be vigilant, and you need to realize these people are not formed. And by you not backhanding them every once in a while, which I used to do to people all the time, by the way, and they've all thanked me, every single one of them. So don't be thinking that's a bad thing, that you're making the world worse because you're not standing up to them and you're not taking a stance. And when you don't take a principled stance, it's no wonder no one else has any principles. And yeah, I get they say they want to save the climate. They don't. I can tell by how they act. I don't need their words. I don't need some complicated spreadsheet or numbers. I don't need that. I can just look at them, observe them in the world. I have a live stream on that, right? We're preferring complicated explanations over simple observations of the world, right? There's no reason to get complicated about this. That you can just see what people believe by how they act and believe how they act. And act on that and not on their words. And the problem will go away. Stand by your principles.
Right. And the question would be somebody that's looking to save the planet. Always the question with these activists or anyone that's in this position is why? Why do you want to save the planet? Why? And if you push somebody, they have no transcendent meaning behind the reasoning for their assertions.
There's something
They're
bored.
They're just doing
nothing
stuff
better to do.
Or they're measuring fruit as though that's the meaning, right? Look, if you look at your fruit, right, you're going to miss it because now what happens when your fruit isn't ripe, right? Or it's not tasty or there's not as much of it. The meaning behind their why is amalgamate. It's relativistic. It's you'll have people say, well, I just love people. Why? Like, why do you love people? Why do you care about other people? Why should you care about other people?
Exactly.
You see, and most people who are making these assertions are merely externalists or pragmatists in that sense. And they'll say, well, I just want people to be happy.
They're following
right
a
or
dogma.
something along those lines.
They're following a dogma.
Right.
And they don't realize it. They think it's not a dogma because it's good or something.
But it's not
good.
Right. It's not good. What happens when somebody loses their leg?
Yeah.
What happens when you get into a car crash and you can no longer see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's your happiness? Where's your fruit? You see, it's dead end. It's a dead end.
Well, then that happens to all of us because it turns out we all grow old and die if we don't have an accident before that. So, yeah.
Right.
It's already
but while you're alive,
dead end. It's a knowable dead end. You've already given it away. You the thing you want is never going to happen. So, if that's your plan, you need a new plan.
I don't know. I just think the real problem is that people do not understand how dangerous life is. People
They,
just
they
don't
don't.
understand that anymore.
I
And
agree.
so,
I agree.
so there's no need for attention. If we live in this
Yeah.
rosy, progressive world, why do you need to pay attention? Everything's good and everything's getting better. Blah blah blah. Or else then they flip over, like Bruce said, to the climate problem. They do these weird flips.
Right.
Everything's getting better, but the world is disintegrating. Like they don't. There's no common sense. The problem is they're not aware of. They're not willing to actually understand what they're experiencing, because anybody who's living in this world, particularly in North America, knows how bad things are. Things are bad. You only have to drive down the
Right.
street in Toronto and see all these street people, like maimed, starving to death people, to realize this is not the world from 50 years ago, man. We are not
Right. Or
taking
10
care
years
of each
ago.
other.
Or 10
Yeah.
years ago. It's
Like,
gotten really
all
bad.
you need to do is notice your world. We don't even need to talk too much. Just
Well, you
look
need
at
to-
the world around
No, but
you
you
and
need to
realize we're living in
believe-
crazy
But
times.
you need to believe your eyes. You need to believe your
Yeah.
experience. You need to
Yeah.
believe what's in front of you.
Yeah.
And people are not like I've got relatives in New York City. I don't know why. I'm like, you guys got to get the hell out of there. I don't know what you're doing. You can't stay there. It's not safe. It's not safe.
I hear you.
Well,
Mark.
again, if you look at people in New York City, people that are having crises on the streets, and you have no reason why to help them
Right.
outside of measuring outcomes,
Right.
Right.
it will never last. It'll die. It will fizzle out.
Yeah.
And so we may have had small resurgences in the 60s. Maybe you could argue in the early 2000s. But there's never been a solid foundation around the initiatives. They're
Right.
just looking at outcomes and hoping for happiness. And
Right.
these people hit a wall and they've had no foundation.
Right. Right.
You know, and I don't deal with the
Exactly.
same people Mark deals with very often. Mark is dealing with people without language. I'm usually dealing with people that have hit a massive wall and they're in like spiritual crisis.
Right.
And that's just the nature of where I live and the people I interact with. And that's because they've never actually addressed the meaning of which they supposedly had, and it was never put together. And so now here we are trying to do Humpty Dumpty to put them back together again. But there was never anything there in the first place. So,
Right.
you know, you can't put back together something that was never to be put together, you know?
Right.
So
But that's the overlap between the crisis of faith and the meaning crisis right there.
Yeah.
Bruce.
yeah.
We should
And
do
it's
a
terrible.
crisis of faith, meaning crisis conversation. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
We
Let's
could- we
do
could
that
totally do
one.
that.
Can you do that
Yeah.
next week?
I don't know. Maybe.
Potentially.
I don't know. Potentially.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting idea.
No,
I mean,
that'd
there's
be
definitely some
really
overlap.
Good. Yeah, that would be really useful. That'd be.
Yeah, I
would
could-
love that.
I could tease it out. I mean, I did talk about it with Pastor Paul at one point. So I have a conversation with him on it. But really, we could tease it out better with Bruce, because Bruce does the work. Like, he's got the Thursday thing going on. Actually, Bruce, I need to talk to you about that at some point. Remind me, because I want to go up to DC and grab Father Eric and
Oh,
go.
okay, cool.
go do
That
that.
might be interesting.
Yeah, that'll be worth it. It's a long drive for me, but I'm willing to try it.
Yeah.
That was really
yeah.
a good evening.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, we just have to set up something that works for the two of us, I guess. But
Mhm.
we'll figure it out. But yeah, that might be a good conversation to have. But I do want to. We've been going over 4 hours, so I want to close it down. But
Yeah,
I want to get
yeah.
I want to get closing thoughts. Elizabeth, what are your closing thoughts on everything or anything or everything we've talked about?
I think
evening?
this live stream is so useful for people, and I just think it's remarkable what you're doing, Mark. So my compliments to you and my thanks to you for giving all your time to this, because it's an enormous amount of effort and work and time and attention, I'm quite sure. And it's really invaluable. And I did miss it in Italy.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad. I'm sorry that you missed it, but I'm also glad that you missed it in different ways. So that's lovely. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you brought your insights back for us, because it's super important to hear people's experiences on the ground with this stuff. And you do that beautifully. And you're beautiful. So that makes sense. Fractal similarity, right? Self-similar fractal at all levels. Beautiful woman sharing her beautiful experience. she returns back from a beautiful place. So that works. So yeah, thank you. I really do appreciate your support. It's been really helpful to have. Bruce, what do you got for closing thoughts, and then I'll close this out and kill the stream.
Yeah, consider the cost of your life, eternal soul, and those around you's eternal soul, and don't consider the temporary cost, but consider the eternal cost. And so, considering the cost is the topic, that's what I would say. Consider the eternal cost, and do not take things lightly. Believe on Christ for all of your strength, and eternity will be yours.
Wow, I like that. See, we get a little Christian-y perspective. I still hate the word Christian. I'll go into that someday. Yeah, maybe Bruce, if you've got time next Friday, we can do I'd love to, instead of just doing monologues, I'd love to do at least one of these where we start out with two people going back and forth. That'd be fun. But thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to see Jacob. I'm glad he linked his channels here for me. That's great. Visit Navigating Patterns. There's so much there. And give some feedback. Come to next Friday's stream. I don't think there's any conflicts next Friday, so I should be doing everything. And check out my Intimacy Crisis videos. I got 2 of them with Catherine. I got one on Andrew with the Bangs channel. Look, everybody, I hope you all had a good week. I know my week was awesome because of my birthday, but I hope everybody else had an awesome week. And have a great week coming up. If you want to see more, I'm probably going to be on Father Eric's stream on Sundays because I'm usually there in case nobody shows up. And of course, the whole channel, markofwisdom.org website, and the Mark of Wisdom Discord server. Those are other ways to interact with the work. And petersonsphere.com if you want to check out the Peterson timeline and stuff. Thank you very much. I hope to see everybody next week. Have a wonderful time, and we'll see you later. Enjoy everything.
Bye.